didn't hear if, I didn't know if this one was working or not. So, it's like odd shaped. We put you front and center. So we will see how you guys feel about it after this meeting, but at least this will be a good test. Okay, well, we'll just hang on then. I did, I'm sure, and I'm not seeing my staff report here. I left something in my office. He's got 30 seconds. Do I have 30 seconds? Tilt your chin. So that was me being the guinea pig in the picture there. So last Friday. Let's see how this works. Because the only camera we're using is this one. When we had to do the construction back here, Terry visited with the TV station, and instead of using two separate cameras, they just tied into ours. So it's no longer blocking the view that was back there before. I actually received 2 emails from people that requested to be able to see who, at least be able to see the podium and who's presenting, and the board. They said that it blocked some of the view of the board too. So they must know I'm in town. I got emails about it. Well, in the interest of time, I think it's 6:30, so we could probably go ahead and get going. Is this on? Okay, just checking. I appreciate everybody taking the time to come in today. As I said at the last meeting, my intention here was just to try to find a way that we could get together a little bit more on an informal basis to go through some of these items that might be areas for topic of future discussion between the council and the mayor and potentially myself. I did put just a small agenda in your agenda packet. The goal there, just trying to maybe spark some discussion on what we might be using a future work session for. As you saw, there was just a few things listed on there: communication plan, goal setting, long range planning retreat, and then some of my short-term goals, and then council feedback. And if you'd like, maybe I'll just start by opening it up with this first item, and then I'm going to be asking for some direction and feedback. And obviously this is supposed to be more informal, so this should be a discussion back and forth and not just me talking at everybody. First off, over the last, well, it's been 10 weeks now already. You'll have to laugh a little bit. When I came into work today, we had to pack up my office because we moved my desk over to the Corn Palace director's office. I said, geez, I kind of feel like I'm getting booted out already as I'm putting things in boxes, but I'm glad there's a new desk coming tomorrow and I will still be here tomorrow. But the first thing that I had on there was just communication plan. Just in my past experience, it's just been helpful when we have a pretty well understood communication plan that everybody kind of knows what to anticipate. I believe the mayor and I have been working on that between what goes on a day-to-day basis. But I wanted to talk more about council communications and maybe expectations of what might be coming from me to the full council. One of the things that I found in the past when I started with the county commission, and of course that was a new position there too, is I found myself kind of getting pulled in 10 different directions. And so one thing that we worked out that I think is a good plan that works well is knowing that I think a proposal I would have here is that I would take my direction from the president of the council following the recommendation of the majority of the board. What that does is it allows me to know I have some clear direction on anything that I'm taking from the council. And it kind of helps too if an issue comes up that's either polarized or has a lot of varying opinions on it, I'm not getting asked to research something 100 different ways. If there's something that the full council wants to see, then I can, move and proceed in that fashion. But it kind of helps me know that as items come up, if it's direction of the full council, then I'm, or at least the majority of the council, then that's something I move forward with. Not necessarily. I guess more on what I'm thinking. I think as we get into things, right now I haven't had the opportunity to provide a lot of background on your agendas and your information, largely because we're seeing those on Friday, and so it's not a lot of time to research those. When agenda items are on, I would anticipate in the future that I'm going to be providing the full board background, both positive and negative, on everything. Just this is kind of the city ramifications. This is what the department head discussions have been. My bigger concern is, and this hasn't happened here yet, so that's why we're having the conversation now, hopefully before that would happen. But I've had experiences in the past where maybe it was a polarized issue that was coming before the board, and having individual board members wanting me to kind of do individual research for them. And I think that it's important to keep any information that I'm providing on a kind of a more objective manner. And anything I'm preparing, I would be doing for the full council. So if there's a question that comes up, I might say, if the mayor says, yeah, that sounds like a good thing, we should look into that. I'm going to prepare that information. I'm going to distribute it to everybody, just so that it's not doing something for one of the board members and not the full board. That way everyone's receiving the same information. Does that make sense? That's what I'm trying to avoid. Well, it's a little.
No, I can't.
My light's on.
There you go.
Okay. I get what I was saying. Again, everybody heard it. I don't like the idea of. I guess I like the idea of you being responsible to the mayor. We have issues, whatever they may be, that we take them to the mayor, and then the mayor farms them out. Maybe the appropriate place for the particular issue I'm interested in is Parks and Rec. It's not. So, I mean, I appreciate the offer, but I think you'll regret it.
And that's fine with me as long as it's going through a channel. What I'm trying to avoid is getting direction from 8 different counselors.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable if it was going through the mayor, and that was kind of the discussion, regardless if you voted for or against it. The discussion was the fact that it was kind of what, quote unquote, a chief of staff for the mayor, and so I feel that it's probably. Sorry.
Are you on?
Now I'm on. I'll start over just a little bit and recap, but I feel also that that we should be funneling through the mayor, because the discussion we had leading up to having this position was the fact of having almost like the individual being the chief of staff for the mayor. And so the research and the information that we're requesting to the mayor, then he could go back to the city administrator and get the information and bring it back to the council. So I'm with Mel. I really feel that we should funnel things through the mayor. And in past years, I've seen some council people that have tried to go to the different departments, and it's, as Mel pointed out, you can't have 9 bosses. So I think if we funnel it up through the mayor, I think that would be a better approach.
Stephanie, is that similar to what you guys are working on?
Well, I think that works for me. I think that sounds great. And I just,
I'm comfortable with that.
All right.
and just so everybody's aware, if I get a request from one of you, my response will probably be to you at the work session.
Yeah.
The direction that I got from you was that that needs to go through the mayor.
Well, I don't think there's any problem with us asking, you know, a direct question to Dusty if we have a question about something in.
Gray area that we got to keep in consideration. I mean, some of our questions that we may ask, I mean, all areas are so simple to the point that I expect Gary to answer, but there might be some issues that, well, you might want to talk to the mayor about that.
Mhm.
You have to go to the president. So I think there's got to be a little bit of gray areas in certain things that would take place on, we know what we can call a department head about, who we should not, we should be going to the president or the mayor on that.
For me, the difference is I don't really see you as, and this may be inaccurate, but as a day-to-day person. And I see the department heads as day-to-day people. So like, I live a block from 2nd Street. So I hear every single day, more than once a day, when is the street going to be done? I see no reason for me to go to the mayor. You know, so I call somebody and they say, well, you know, it's going to be 2 weeks because it's wet, whatever. That's different than if I say, you know, we need to have a policy change that, you know, one-way streets have priority or, you know, snow routes or whatever. So to me, a question about implementation or a day-to-day, you know, what's the solution for each doc or something different than, you know, when are we going to put the end to the lake?
But the thing that I mean, in my opinion, one of the things that I feel like is very valuable that you bring to the table, Stephanie, is the ability to disseminate, because I think sometimes the mayor has an opportunity to talk to people, or let's say I call and ask him a question and he explains something to me, but he doesn't have the chance to explain it he doesn't then call every single person. And I have been on the receiving end of that, where I know that he's had a good discussion about something with someone else and then it comes up in the packet and I don't have the background information because it wasn't, it becomes tedious for him to start calling each council person. So I appreciate the fact that you kind of are the one that gathers that information and then pushes out to all of us as a group, and so that we are able to be more informed as a whole about things before they come to the.
I love those emails.
And that's
Oh,
something that
absolutely.
the mayor and I had talked about doing just to keep the information flowing, and that's not a problem. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on everybody's expectations so that it doesn't come back later wondering why there isn't more. If my response to you is, I think that this is something that needs to go through the mayor, that everyone understands where that response is coming from, I guess.
And you realize you'll have to do this again in July.
Probably. I think that answers my question on that one. The next one that I think that you should consider starting conversations on is setting a goal setting or long-range planning retreat. I think there's a number of items that we can address in a informal setting like that. It's something where you have to set aside more than a half hour or two, though. Typically, it's several hours, if not a day event that you set aside. There's a number of items that could be discussed, capital improvements. There's been a number of discussions at some of your subcommittee meetings recently where you were talking about wanting to see a 5-year sidewalk plan, and what's our 5-year plan on projects coming up, and what's our upcoming capital improvements, that kind of thing. Something like that could be discussed at a long-range planning session. You could also discuss any operational changes or needs, budget goals that the council might have for 2016, so that department heads are well aware of that in advance of those time frames hitting us. Some other items that you could talk about. Now, there's a difference between your goal setting and long-range planning from strategic planning. If you wanted to get into strategic planning with setting a vision and vision statements and those kind of things, and bringing in a consultant to assist the city with that, you could also discuss that as well. As the department heads are going to be meeting starting, I can't remember now, I think it's next Tuesday is our first meeting where we're going to start trying to formulate or at least have internal discussions about what our 5 and 10-year goals are. If we could have something like that put together, then the council and the mayor would have more information to review when you're looking at setting what the city's long-term goals would be. And even just kind of, I guess, having a good 5-year plan and overview of what you anticipate seeing. The importance of doing that exercise is that as something comes up that was unanticipated, especially if you're talking about something that's tied to funding, you're able to say, well, if we're going to do this now, what are we giving up on? Because here's the things that we've been looking at for the next 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. It allows you to be a little more strategic in those proposals as they come to your table so that you know what the offset is going to be on anything that you're making a decision on.
And I feel like like that specifically would be of great value, just because I feel like so often things come up and then we would all turn to Marilyn and go, well, can we? You know, where would that money come from or whatever? And so that would be really valuable to have
What
that.
does everyone think as far as when and you know, these 3 topics here would take a considerable amount of time. I don't know if everyone is available to do it either a half a day or certainly a full day. What works for you guys? Do you want to do it a work session like this that maybe would start at 5 and we bring in some pizza and work through it, or do we want to set a separate day aside to discuss? We're certainly flexible.
Let me ask this.
We need to come up with some sort of a plan where most, if not everyone, can agree that.
I think we need everybody there, first of all, and of course, we know what Mel's day job is, and it's going to be very difficult. But let me ask this question, Stephanie. In the past, obviously, you've had some experience with this, with these type of long-range retreats and planning. Is this typically open to the public?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was assuming.
They're public meetings. Of course, it's always up to the council and the board to decide at what level of input you take. It's your board meeting, and my experience has been in the past when you're doing a goal setting or a planning session or even a work session like this, that does not call for you to require, or it's not required that you allow public input. It's your discussion, your meeting. Although it's open to the public, it's still up to the board to set what your agenda is and what your discussions are. It doesn't mean that you have to take public input at that time.
Right.
You're not going to be acting on anything. Any future action will be scheduled for a regular
Yeah,
meeting.
that makes sense. And my second question would be is then basically you're kind of formulating this to start the budget process in 2016. So when were you kind of envisioning what season of the year? I mean, is it next week or is it a few months from now, or what did you kind of have in mind? And that'll kind of tell us a little bit of direction of what our availability is, because obviously, like you say, Mel has a very tight schedule during the day, so it's going to be difficult. So what time of the year were you kind of thinking about this?
Well, I was kind of looking at this working backwards. If the end goal is, from an operational perspective, if it's helpful to department heads that are formulating a budget to know what the goals of the budget outcome is going to be.
Right.
To get to that point, I think that the council needs to have a clear idea of what your goals and objectives in general are for the city long term. So stepping backwards, in order to have that information to department heads and formulating their budgets, they need that by spring, which means you guys have to be well in advance of that, ironing out some of your discussions and deliberations prior to that. Not knowing what your cycle of busyness is yet, for me previously, it always seemed like in the winter before the legislature kicked off was a good time, because we weren't getting hit with things that we had to go testify and peer at or things like that. I don't know how your guys' ebbs and flows here, but I would say sooner rather than later that you have discussions. You have a number of open items on your plate that would maybe impact these discussions as well. So maybe some of those have to be ironed out first.
Stephanie, do you meet with the department heads on capital improvements? You know, obviously, I don't know what their capital improvements are 4 or 5 years down the road. Are you going to kind of meet with them ahead of time too and give us some insight? I mean, I get how that
Right.
do 10 miles of street in 5 years. I don't know that. They know that.
Right. And most of them have that information already. Most of them that I've talked to have a 5-year, a 10-year plan. They know what projects are, what the potential cost impacts are now and into the future. What I think is important is getting all that information collected so that you as a group can see it as a whole and start to look at what our obligations and impacts are over the next 5 and 10 years so that as other items come up, you can see how that might weigh in and fit with those other goals and objectives that have already been outlined. Ultimately, I believe that you set that priority based on how you approve the budget. And so if you give direction back that we need to come up with more funding for the pool or for the whatever, knowing that in advance, people can realign what those long-term objectives are in their individual departments to help meet the council's goals. The whole idea here is to avoid a conflict when it comes to budget and kind of get everybody going in the same direction on the same page.
I don't want to be a wet blanket, but I've been on council sort of in the middle of my 6th year now. And in that time, I've served with at least 15 different people. Counting Maryland, there'll be 4 new department heads in that time, 2 different mayors. So we're seeing even now, we set priorities not that long ago. Redoing the Corn Palace, moving into here, moving downtown. Now there's a new priority apparently with the pool. You know, I'm not sure how long-term you really can be. This group can get together and meet, let's say, in December. And before the next budget is adopted, half this group could be new. I mean, I think it's important for the department to have an idea, but the idea that the 8 of us are going to set goals that somehow are going to be adhered to for the next 5 or 10 years, I just don't think that. We're not even adhering to goals that we set 2 years ago. So I'm not sure how useful an exercise it is.
I think it's useful for you to have an overview of what all the departmental goals are. At least to see, for example, I'm thinking back during budget, and I'm probably going to represent this around here, so you might have to jump in and correct me. But we were talking about our sewer fee rate, I think, and that not being increased for a period of years. That's probably something that should have been discussed at one point or could be discussed in the future as to how we keep up with what those incoming needs were. One of the things I heard the council say is you'd like to see what the cost of those, all of the upgrades would be, and how much quicker, or how more quickly could we do it if we did this rate increase versus this rate increase. I think the advantage of at least going through the process, even if your goals change on an annual basis, is it gives you the opportunity to have the discussion and the understanding behind what has to give and take in order to either meet or not meet what we have outlined and what your departments are seeing as your needs into the future.
But I think,
Yeah.
I think the problem with that, though, Dave, is that if you don't have at least some goals in mind, then all we're doing is reacting. At least if we have a direction that we want to go, and we have a plan that that we as the current council, this is what we see needs to be done, and this is what our goal, that goal can change. That, I think people, we have a plan, we set some, a direction of course, and we start heading that way. And sure, future councils may say, that's not what we want to do or whatever. But if we don't have that plan, if we never make a plan, then all we're doing is reacting instead of being proactive and saying, we're going to move our city in this direction, and this is what we would like to see it look like. And if the community doesn't like our plan, then you know what, we won't be here, you're right, and the next council will make their own decision, and they can make their plan. But I think that we have to at least be able to say, this was our vision, this is what we wanted to see happen, and this is why we headed down that path.
And I understand that the difficulty is, and we've seen it with the sidewalk, is people were told something by the council, and that then becomes a promise to the public. And so you get it. Let's take the pool for example. Let's say, for sake of argument, we all agree that the pool is worthy, but it's too expensive at this point. We want to get the pool that we want, so we're going to wait 2 years. And in the course of 2 years, the council changes, and now the council decides they're going to do something else. Well, everybody who's involved is going to come and say, 2 years ago you promised us the pool. You told us to wait until 6 months for the pool. We say, no, well, it was ever on council. No, we're in the council. I mean, that, and again, I'm not arguing with the value of going out a year or 2, as Dave suggested, but if you go any further beyond that, you're wasting our time, because unless all of us are going to be here forever, and then you sort of create a promise to the public that will be broken by a future council who never made the promise. So,
Well, I think a good example of something that is advantageous in looking long-term would be more of your infrastructure improvement. You could be having the discussion about, the utility projects that were discussed during budget. And if everybody sees that as a need into the future, what's the cost associated with it? What do we have to do over the next 5 years to be able to afford those impacts to our budget? What do we have to be looking at for rate increases? And some of this is going to just be mainly communication from your department heads to the full board, but it's still going to give everybody a common understanding of what the impacts are going to be over the long range.
Another case in point too is at some point you have to go on record of wanting large projects that will benefit the community, and one that comes to mind is access to MTI. And maybe we invite in the Department of Transportation and methodically walk through what the criteria is in order to get that. I know there has been some discussion. I know Terry's been involved in it, but we know there's a problem, and it's a huge problem. I had the pleasure of taking my wife out to her classroom a couple weeks ago. We sat at the corner because there was a train that was going through there for 15 minutes at 8 o'clock in the morning. But just not only that, but the size of what MTI continues to grow and the beautiful facility they have out there. We have one access in and out, and it could be disrupted at any point in time. And then you get to the point of the safety issue, if that is the case. And so I think it's good to discuss these really large projects, and not, we do need to have obviously the 1 to 3 years. So we got the direction of the department heads of what we would like, and then if it changes, it changes. But I think as a community, we all would agree that access to MTI would enhance this community if we had Foster that went through. So that's just a case in point, but there's probably 5 or 10 other ones that are exactly like that. So I think we still can look a little ways out because we know that is the best. But again, I have no disagreement that the short term is probably more important.
Well, for example, Tim McGann a number of years ago came up and said he would like to rates. And now we're talking about, well, you know, maybe we should raise them a little bit.
Well, I think that the points that you brought up are very valid about the difficulty in making long-term plans and or goals. But I certainly see a lot of benefit in the council getting together to discuss and to inform not only the council of what maybe some long-range plans are as far as infrastructure, do we need a new water tower, those type of things that maybe we can start planning for. And even if we don't set a specific timeline for all of these things, I like the transparency of the discussion involving the public. All of these meetings, we're going to have a forum. So they're going to be open to the public. Whether or not we take public input, we can decide on that on maybe an individual basis or whatever. But I think there's a lot of benefit in just for the council to get together and be better informed of what our needs are that maybe we are not totally aware of. And I think that in itself is going to be a huge benefit.
And you know, we've addressed a lot of concerns over the last few years. Fortunately, we have been blessed with sales tax that have stayed up there, and so we're able to knock some of these projects out. But just understanding, another one that comes to mind is storm sewer in the city of Mitchell. And I know that's something that Terry and Shane's probably going to start really focusing in on, because we've had discussions here about different areas of town. Okay, we know this is a $1 million or $2 million project. We're just making you aware of it. Okay, what other ones? We took care of the hospital finally. I mean, that was a huge undertaking. But that's a concern for citizens. Marty's always talking about infrastructure of how. So I think there's so many large items that at least we can get an understanding. And if nothing else, all the information is gathered to hand off to the new person that is coming in.
And it's on your radar. Or you're at least aware of it into the future, whether you do it now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. You know it's coming.
I just don't want to do budget hearings twice.
Yeah.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
and that's my fear, that this is what it's going to sort of degenerate. And I don't want to do that process.
Good point.
I mean, I'm not opposed to, you know, hearing the plans and setting the goals short term anyway, but I do not want to have the egg.
But I think your budget hearings,
Get to your initial meetings in the first year or two, maybe that also be organized.
Well,
Because new people will be on.
yeah, but if
They'll
you're,
feel like they're not part of the process unless you go through it.
Let's just let the infrastructure set in place as in the plan, the big plan.
Until the new council says, no, we don't want to go that way, we'll go a different way. And I tell you, I don't mean to be stroppy about this, but I've been in the legislature where, honest to God, it was a child endangerment bill, and out of 105 people, 90 were on the bill. And 6 years later, there were only 5 left in the legislature, and we had the same fight all over again because the membership changed. So, I don't want to get too invested in something that, in the end, isn't going to make it. If we're doing it 1 year, 2 years, that's fine.
well, one point that I would, yeah, yeah, it's great because it gives me as a department head, it gave me kind of the direction as to know what I'm going to be looking at in the budget. One of the things that I would anticipate is if you're getting together and having this planning session prior to budget, I think your budget hearings will be less agonizing because everybody's coming into the hearing on the same page. Department heads have a good understanding of where the council's at, and so when you're formulating your request, that's in mind in doing so. So you're not having to have that kind of conflict during the budget hearing session because everybody's on the same page going into it. I think it helps that process actually iron out a little bit easier.
Well, and going back to the time, it kind of sounds like hopefully early winter, late fall, early winter, and obviously Mel's situation and Marty works out of town, I think during the day is going to be just extremely difficult because I really feel it's important enough to have all 8 council people here. So I would say, as Ken brought up, maybe late afternoon, early evening, that we start the process trying to select some times that would work, which is going to be difficult because I know we're all busy.
Well, and the other thing about having it in the late afternoon is to give the public an opportunity. You know, if you do it during the day on a work day, then the criticism is going to be, well, you know.
You didn't want my input
Right,
in.
exactly.
It
Depends on the
isn't, but it just seems like there's so many other activities, family activities that happen on the weekends.
If you're related to my husband, once October 18th comes, then they would all be full. But just I'm free because I don't hunt. So
Well, my experience with these things has been that you pick 3 or 4 dates and you send them out, and then people let you know.
One thing that I have seen in the past is that if you have a month where you have the 5 Mondays, typically work, and you could do it as a non-action item, but schedule as a work session. I was just looking here now. There's one in December, and there's one in March. That's the 3rd Monday, of course.
What's the date in December?
The 30th. That might be kind of hard with
Yeah, I don't
people's
think that'll
schedules
work.
on that one, but for sure March 31st.
Is that early enough to do?
No, I think you'd have to plan another one, but it might be worth. One of the things that I like to see is when you have open items on your agenda, not literally, I guess, open items or issues that have come up before the board, and you keep a running list of those items. And then if you have a standing date that if there's ever a 3rd Monday, we're going to meet for a work session, review our goal statements of where we are, and any of those other open items. It's kind of nice because people can plug it into their calendars, but I don't think waiting until March would work for this purpose. And I don't know how many people would come in on December 30th. I'd probably be here, but I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah, that'd be tough. And it
So-
kind of sounded like we wanted to do it prior to that anyway,
Yep.
especially given the fact that this is going to be so new. We really don't know exactly what we want to accomplish. You're going to kind of direct us a little bit, and then we can kind of give our input. But being it's so new, I hate to push it right up to the end.
what if we just did a non-council meeting Monday? I mean, most people have their Mondays relatively
Bad
free.
idea.
We could just do it on a
Bad
2nd or a
idea.
4th, and start early enough that it goes a long time.
Hopefully not be here till midnight.
Hopefully not.
Okay. What else I'll do is just send out a doodle poll and kind of see some dates that might work for people, and then we'll look at what we can coordinate from there.
Mhm.
That sounds good.
This is
Sounds
part of
good.
the time of day,
And doodle it.
6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock, where's
Marty?
Depends on the date. Till October 24th. I mean, I can't write from work tonight.
So would you rather start at 7? I mean, is that?
Well, if it's after October 24th, when the musical is done, then I'm free again. So,
Yeah, I think probably shoot for November and December and start there, and maybe again just send out a survey monkey or a survey monkey or something. Yeah, Marty.
Marty some pizza. Okay. And I know we have another meeting. Is that 7:10 or 7:20? Okay, so we've got about 10 minutes. The next item was really just an opportunity for me to update you on some of the items that I'm sure you're already aware of, some of the things I've been working with the mayor on. First, we did have, as you know, one of my priorities, I think, for the city is to try to get all of our offices onto one network. As you may or may not be aware, we are not currently networked at all. We have individual internet connections at all of our various locations. Because we are not on one network, we are unable to share hardware or software because without VPNing back in some instances. we did have, as part of this process, DIT has the South Dakota Broadband Initiative, where they will go into local government entities and do an analysis for you. It doesn't cost anything to have that done. We had them come in last Thursday, and they met with Andrew and I in the morning. Jamie Fry was a representative that came, and then they went and actually toured some of our locations in the afternoon. What he will be providing us, I was hoping to have it by now. I tried to pressure him, but he said there was no way he was going to get me a 30-page report by today. So he said it's typically about 20 to 30 pages. They look at what your liability exposure kind of areas are, help you prioritize your goals based on the feedback that we gave to him when he was here. Also, we have the ability to purchase any hardware that we might need for any upgrades through their initiative. They basically, we get it at their cost, so it's about 50% off of what you would buy just going out and buying it through a local vendor. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the things that we are going to be able to accomplish if we can get this done. As you probably are aware, we don't use like a voice over internet or anything like that for our telephone system. So everywhere where you see a phone set, you're paying for a direct line. If we do the citywide network, we'll be able to use the network to eliminate a lot of those direct phone lines. Most large businesses already have this, so the school districts do. Most of the people in town would already have that. It would allow us to go from 96 phone lines down to about 40 because you use the internal network to kind of route some of that. The reason why I'm telling you this is because there's typically an upfront hardware cost, but then over the long term, you recover some of those costs in your savings that you're doing. We do have some money budgeted for this next year already. Maryland had, I believe, put $25,000 into next year's budget for the phone system upgrade, so part of that would be used. In addition, there was also money budgeted for firewalls, for servers, things like that, because we were putting these individual hardware components in each of our outlying locations. Once this is done, we won't have to do that anymore because we can invest in one file server, one firewall, instead of putting them in every location. The other thing that's good about this is we don't have a standard protocol right now for all of our outlying offices. We have some that use individual internet providers for their email. Some of them are backing up to the cloud. Some of them are not backing up at all. They only have their individual workstations. We want to have a citywide policy so that we're compliant with what's required for open records, as well as archiving of emails and official correspondence. So that will get us to that end. What I would anticipate providing you is showing you what the cost impact is, what amounts are budgeted, what we can utilize through South Dakota Broadband Initiative, and what the stage and approach might be. It's a little bit difficult to do this at this point too because there's a lot of unknowns with other things that are happening, including City Hall, not City Hall, where we're going to be, what's going on. But either way, we can do this and still take the equipment we'd have to purchase. If we end up with a new City Hall, we could take this equipment and just physically move it to a new City Hall, and that's not a problem. But it would change maybe what I would do internally here with some of the wiring kind of stuff. So I look forward to having that to you soon. I don't have it for today. I was hoping to have that. The other thing it allows Andrew to do is instead of having to get in his car and physically go to locations whenever there's problems, he can actually use the internet to do that and do more network administration and monitoring, which we're not doing any of right now. So there's a lot of hardware and software efficiencies that we're also going to realize, and we'll see that as we go forward. I was going to bring this up, but I probably won't display it. I sent out an email. We did put the board packet that I have bookmarked with Adobe bookmarks onto the city's website. We'll start doing that before every meeting now. If they just go to, in case you have anyone that's asking you about specific items, if they're wanting to see any of the background that's in the board packet, they'll be able to see this online as well. Unfortunately, we get it late Friday. I got the scanned packet late Friday, so we didn't have it up there as quickly as I'd like to maybe see in the future. I'm not connected to it.
And we might want to just post something in the room that says for the audience that comes if we're out of
And I will do a little bit more information release on it. It's just that Andrew and I just got this up yesterday. Now, granted, I will say, they've always had the agenda online. The comment that I received from a few people who contacted me about it is that because it goes to Laserfish, it was hard for them to find the agenda that they were looking for. This is just a real easy. You just go to. So they could get it before, but this is just an easier way for a point and click. They can come right here and it'll bring them right to the current packet. They can save it, they can print it, do whatever they want. Because it is the full Adobe document and it has some other scanned items, it's a little bit larger document. But
then they'll have all the information that we have.
Yep. So you saw it there when it was there for a second before I clicked on it, right? Yeah. Hopefully. So they can just go to City Council, and it's right here. And then that will get them the current packet. Like I said, they could go on here, but the comment that I received I got 2 emails that were trying to find the agendas. And the comment that they got is that when it brought up the Laserfish with all of the agendas listed, they were having trouble finding what was the current one, as it brings you up to this. And if you're not familiar, especially people who maybe aren't using computers as much as other people, if you're not familiar with it, you might not know how to go in and find it or see that there's an addendum. So this way they've got the full packet. It should be pretty point and click for them. That's my fault. I actually usually do that, and I added that one because there was when they scanned it in, it was black and white, so I added the color version, and I forgot to rotate the pages, so that was my fault. I will do that right the next time. So that's just a little bit. Oh boy, okay, I got 2 minutes. I will continue sending out the management communications on departmental items that are going on, as I have in the past. And then we're going to continue to look at more ways that we can integrate some of that information online.
So, Stephanie, when
Yep.
you send that out, which Mel brought up, I think it's just outstanding, because on a weekly basis, you're just keeping us up to date. Are you including the department heads on that particular?
I did on the first one. I forgot on the second one.
Okay,
So,
because I think it'd be good, again,
Yep.
that we're all reading the same thing,
Yep.
and so if there's.
yep, and I did give the this week's out. I'm not quite into the process yet either, so I'm getting there.
Okay.
By the next time, we should be smooth sailing. So,
Okay, perfect.
yep. There's nothing, and eventually, if we can get to the point where we can have our packets prepared a little bit earlier, I would like to see a full day for the board to be reviewing information before, so that if you have a question, the problem that happens sometimes is you get your packet on Friday, you have a question, and now everyone's gone because it's a weekend, and now you're getting hit with questions over the weekend. It'd be nice if you had a little bit more time in between that so you can get those questions answered. If that's the case, then I'll be able to upload my information as part of the packet too, so that background and overview would be with there for the public to review as well.
So what would you see as a good lead time before the council meeting for us to have our packet?
We used to do Thursday for Tuesday action. I think as long as you have a business day in between when it's sent out and when you're required to act on it, that should be sufficient. So with your Monday meetings, and since you have all day Monday, I think if it was online Thursday night, that would be good. There's a lot of coordination and work that goes in with that. I think it's going to be much easier when we upgrade our website down the line to integrate the more use of technology in creating that agenda packet. Because right now, the length of time that it takes them to put that together, I remember being in those shoes before we had some of the technology to make it easier for us, and it's a 3-day process. It's a lot of work. So hopefully we'll streamline that and make it much easier for Cindy too. She was excited about that opportunity. So, and I'll have to stop because somebody else is up now. So.
Was there anything else you wanted to cover quickly, Stephanie? Or you
No, that's the main thing. I am glad to have consensus amongst the board that I have an answer I can give you if I receive individual requests. That was a primary concern of mine, and I'll send out a doodle poll on a goal-setting retreat or work session. And I will update you on the city network when I get more information. It'll probably be on the next agenda, and I'll just schedule it as a regular agenda item and update everyone then.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you.
All right. I appreciate your input and your work. We're going to call the Public Works Committee order. We have one item on our agenda, the driveway opening request at 1605 East First Avenue. Are there any additions to the agenda? If not, I will take a motion to approve the agenda. Moved by Allen, seconded by Decker to approve. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The agenda is approved. We are on to the driveway opening request at 605 East First Avenue. Terry, you're on.
All right. Yep. Currently, when someone comes in for a new driveway request, it comes through the Public Works Department, and our guideline is our ordinance, which says that the maximum driveway width in town is 24 feet, with a lot length of a minimum of 70 feet. So whenever someone comes in with any driveway request, we go out and take a look at them. They bring in a drawing, or we meet them out on site, and we take a look at what the request is. So this area is on East First. This is towards the end of the city limits on the north side. So here is Tiger Street. Here's the woods. Wild Oak is out in this area. Rick Van Overschild built I think it's a 12-unit apartment complex. It's all hooked together. Very nice building. And he's got separate driveways that come out for those. And here are some pictures. So here's currently a picture that shows where his apartments are. Each one, I guess, 2 different units would share each driveway. And the way that our current plan is he would have to have driveway opening here and then come up to a regular curb. So he'd have tapered a regular curb in through here, driveway opening, regular curb, driveway opening. Here's another picture.
Redwood curb?
Regular curb. So
Regular
type E,
curb, okay, sorry.
curb like what's in front of your house.
Sure.
Here's another picture. So what he would like to do, we got our curb and gutter is going to be about here, and this is that special assessment project that to add curb and gutter on First, like it is over on the north side, that we're going to still try to fit in this this fall. His request is, instead of having the regular curb in between the driveways, is to have it all basically driveway curbs. So someone could come in and drive in this area and have a little safer place to park in between the driveways. Whenever we have a driveway request that is over 36 feet, we bring it to the Public Works Committee, because the biggest ones that we normally do on a normal basis is 36 feet wide when you have a 3-car garage. If they're over that, then I tell people that we need to bring it to Public Works Committee. Shane and I have looked at this, and I'll show you a couple plans. So right now, this is the plan that we have currently right now that would show all of his driveways that would go out onto First Street.
There's no easements in there, is there?
No, it's all, we're still in public right-of-way. Now, the DOT also has a guideline that the widest curb opening is 40 feet, along with what ours are. But the DOT highway doesn't start until you get to Maddie Street. So this is Old Highway, I think it's 38. And it actually starts at right around Maddie Street is where the highway starts. So that first plan was, this is what our current layout is right now. And Shane and I have been looking at this, and this is a revised plan that would put 117 foot wide, foot long driveway opening with a concrete approach behind it, and then there would be a curb section that would be between the driveways because there's a mailbox kind of in the way. And then this would be another section that'd be approximately 119 feet long. We would put on a couple requirements. One would be when the curb and gutter is installed, 2 sticks of rebar is placed inside the driveway curb. That way it'll help support it and basically reinforce that curb section. We do have some issues when we don't have concrete built behind the curb where there's no curb backing on regular curb where you got more of that mass, that concrete mass, and you got more to hold it. The owner is planning on filling in the whole boulevard with concrete, and we would require that whole boulevard is concrete and it's all rebar to help support and strengthen up that section.
Because it's so wide.
Yeah.
Any drainage issues?
No, the drainage is going to the south, and the way that these driveways will go, it'll still channel it in that driveway section. So I don't see any drainage. This project is going to help drainage in that area by a huge amount.
Is there any negatives to this, Terry?
I don't know of any negative that I could think of. The only thing that we went out and measured on, and a typical roadway width is 41 foot on all of our newer streets that we build. This area here is about 38 feet, so it is a little narrower, and it kind of skews a little bit. I don't know if you could tell it off the aerial. But I think it makes sense to do this. Shane and I kind of looked at it again today, and yeah, it's kind of hard to tell off the aerial, but you could kind of tell it right. This north line does skew a little bit, and then it's a little narrower, right in through here. But I don't see really any issue. The only thing that might come up is we might have more requests of wider driveways, but if that happens, then I just bring them to this board and we look at them on a one-by-one basis.
Rick, you've done a very good job of improving the area. I would make a motion to approve it.
Motion by Alan, second by Morgan here. Any discussion?
I'm assuming Rick's in favor of this too.
Yeah,
Or he'd be up here.
he is here.
Okay.
Driveway opening request. Does anybody cut a ribbon or break the champagne bottle open?
Maybe if we get it done this year, then we might be some of that.
Well, hearing no discussion, we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of granting the request signify by saying aye.
I
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Any further business?
Motion adjourned.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Jeff, second by Susan. Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Adjourn.
Are they all here for board?
Yeah, a lot of swim.
Brian, what is that? Operator comes right to that.
I saw that too, and I really thought, what is my meal?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have someone from Grace Baptist here for invocation?
Okay.
Shall we pray? Our Father in heaven, we thank you for your mercy and grace, and we thank you for the ordaining of government to handle the affairs of men on this earth. We pray, Lord, that you'd give wisdom in the things that are discussed today, that, Lord, the business that is at hand would be done in accordance to the proper civil benefit to those who are involved. And we just ask your blessing and pray that you would be with each one who is responsible here today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Still praying for us, Pastor?
Yes, sir.
I was hoping that. Okay.
Maybe you should be praying for us on Sunday.
Yeah, maybe that.
For those of you standing in the back, I believe that there are some empty seats up here at the front on my right. Want to take advantage of that? Certainly welcome to.
Tuesday, that's fun.
Roll call, please.
Here.
Here.
Having a quorum, we will convene the meeting. First order of business, oath of office for our new Public Works Director, Shane Crowe. Shane, if would you please step forward? Raise your right hand, please. Repeat after me. I, Shane Crowe, having been appointed to the office of Director of Public Works. I, Shane Crowe, having been appointed to the office of Public Works. Within and for the city of Mitchell, Davidson County, South Dakota. Within for the city of Mitchell and Davidson County, South Dakota. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the state of South Dakota. Constitution of the state of South Dakota. And the ordinances of said city of Mitchell. And the ordinances of said city of Mitchell. And that I will faithfully and impartially. And that I will faithfully and impartially. To the best of my knowledge and ability. To the best of my knowledge and ability. Perform all the duties of the office of Director of Public Works. Perform the office of all duties of the office of Public Works.
That'll do. Someone needs to come up with
Really tough part.
Seriously. That was the worst.
Next, the approval of the consent agenda items. Items appearing on the consent agenda may be removed by a city council member for discussion at the beginning of the formal agenda item.
I don't want to remove anything, but I do want to bring up the point that Steve Rice is not able to be with us tonight. He's watching his son compete in the state golf tournament. But he sent out an email, and one of his points was all of these change orders, and that perhaps we would be awarding bids to somebody else who had a higher bid number, but would not submit all of these change orders once we got started. So I guess I'm just wondering if somebody can comment on the additional $27,000 roughly for Thorstad companies and some of these other change orders.
Well, I can comment to that. The one change order I'm happy to see because it's a decrease in that. Of $1,512. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Which one are you talking about?
The one that-
Oh, yeah.
I do, 8 change orders and supplements. I don't think it's.
Yeah, and I don't want to hold anything up, but I do think it's a valid point, especially when on these big projects you get lots of little change orders that add up to a lot.
I can speak a little bit about change orders. The one for Thorsted's, we we go through and topo the plan, put together a set of plans to where we include a lot of the items in there that we think that we're going to run into. But we're going to run into some things we don't know. The biggest chance is whenever you're doing, some underground. What we found, and I think I sent you that email, we found some old brick manholes that we ended up having to tear out. And those were ones we didn't even know that they were there. They were put in the early 1900s, and we requested the contractor to take them out. There was no way we could just bypass it because the original city maps that we had showed that the old 4-inch line was not connected to the 20-inch line that runs north and south, and we found once we dug through there that line was all connected. We checked with SPN, which does a lot of our telemetry, volume, stuff, and they said it'd be a good idea to, keep it connected. That way it's going to help with fire protection. We run into some cases where we got a little bit more footage than we originally thought. We try to plan for that, at the time we do plans. But in any project, you're going to have a change order. You're going to have a difference of what your plans quantity was, different than what the as-built quantity is. Hopefully you could keep it in a narrow margin to where you don't have to go back and ask for money. But in cases like this, you are. The biggest reason why I don't like doing change orders is you're at the mercy of the contractor for giving you a price. There are some of those prices that he might give you that are a lot higher of a price what you think it was. And originally, our first change order request was about $24,000 on the Thorstad one. After looking at it, we talked to the contractor, talked to my guys, and we lowered that change order down to about $18,000 because we didn't think some of those amounts were fair. So that's talking about the Thorstad one. Talking about the Corn Palace one, which is the other, I think was the Corn Palace one in there for change orders too, or? Library. Okay, library. I can't talk a whole lot about that one, but with any project, we try to design for things to where we try to include them in the project, but we're going to run into some hidden things. We're not going to see everything that needs to be done, and to do it right, we do it the right way and submit a change order to get it done correctly.
Is the change order still on the budget?
I believe so, because I don't think we're asking for any money. I think they're going to give some money back. So.
Well, and with all projects, I don't care if it's new or renovation, there's always a certain percentage that gets put in for contingency. And theoretically, I've been involved with several projects over the years, both personally and business-wise in city. And there are some unforeseen things that will come up. I mean, there's just no question. As much as you try to think through every single detail, once you get into something, it can change and divert to something else. So that's the reason why you have anywhere from 4 to 8% contingency that is in these types of projects. And before they can allow it to move forward, it does have to come before us, which I'm thankful for. But to me, yeah, it's you think you've got everything absolutely nailed down, but as you get into it, things do change, and I can appreciate the fact that we do see the foresight of putting in a certain percent. And I don't know what it was at the library, but I know it was fairly substantial.
I guess to me, the most important statement is the one that concerned me a little bit ago, is we talked about contingency fund. And let us know that money should be coming out of the contingency fund that is already planned instead of coming out anyplace else. Because we see one at a time. I don't know where that contingency fund sets, how much is left in there. The return back money like that. That's what I would like to know.
Now, the other thing is, if you look on the consent agenda, item number J, you can see for number 1, our change orders for $26,882. But if you turn to page 105, the amount that I'm requesting that I am over budget is $10,000 on water and $12,000 for, so that's $22,000. So we were able to save a little over $4,000 by subtracting some items, and then we had to add some items, which is the change order. So even though we were we had to additionally approve basically 27,000. I'm only about 22,000 over on my budget items. So we were able to remove some things, remove some valves, things like that. But there were some other items that came up in the ground and out on the site that we had to add on to. So we did have a savings, but we did have still some extra costs in there.
Very long, you're up there on a different subject, so that when I go home, I can just walk into the house and not have to wait through people who live a block from me.
Go through the alley.
When is Second Street going to be done?
See if Ron is here. Ron is finishing up the
It looks like it's ready.
the gravel.
We're getting close. We got one more block of curb and gutter, one more block of curb and gutter to backfill on the east block, and then finish up the gravel work on it. From my understanding, commercial asphalt is out of town all this week, so it will be next week before it gets paved. Once it's paved, we should be ready to open. So, would hope next week sometime.
So by Halloween, for sure.
I never say for sure, Mel.
Well, it's worth a shot.
If commercial arrives, we'll have it done before. I can't control commercial asphalt
Kent and
schedule.
Lawler, so really good.
Good, thank you. That would open today.
Anything else, discussion on the consent agenda items?
You want-
Motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to discuss any consent agenda items? Now we'll have a roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Citizens input, if you need to address the mayor and members of the city council on an item that was not on the agenda, please come forward to the podium and state your name and your concern. Presentations are limited to 3 minutes. Items will be considered, but no action will be taken at this time.
Hello, I'm Kevin Mankey. I'm here to represent the people along Fiala Road. We have Fiala. Yes. Going.
It's not what it used to be.
Okay. Does this work? Hello. Okay. Going north from the lake up towards the airport. The concern is property owned by Eric Rosen, who at one point appears to have abandoned the property and is now renting the property. I got some pictures, I guess, that maybe I should pass around very quickly. I have signatures from everybody up and down Fiala, at least one voting representative from every household up and down Fiala who is concerned about this property. It's in harsh decline, and something needs to be done about this. I moved to Mitchell from Watertown, built a new home in this area, knowing it was a new development, expecting things to be a little bit rougher around the edges for some time, but this house is in full state of dilapidation. In the spring of 2012 is the first email that I saved to Jeff Lanning describing the roof having problems, the fascia blowing off, shingles, weeds, garbage blowing across the yard from the people who were renting it, broken windows, screens push out, and overgrowth. Nothing really became of that. On July 2012, I was forced to clean up the garbage. No one else would. Jeff Lanning said that he had communicated with Eric and he was going to get a contractor. Well, a year later, we'll roll around to May 2013. Emails to Jeff Lanning went unanswered. Phone calls were unanswered. He may have not have been employed by the city at that point. That explains that. April 2014, this year, Wade London became the new code enforcement officer, or at least I found he was. Wade then also requested plans from Eric. There was some correspondence along the way saying, yeah, I'm getting somebody lined up. Nothing has happened. Wade took our city attorney by the house and was then told I should make all direct contact with our city attorney regarding this thing. I provided pictures, description, history to Carl Cook. August 14th, I received an email stating there's nothing wrong with the property and it's just a local concern. It's my concern. It's not a public concern. I am a little distraught about this. I bought land within the city rather than in the county to avoid these type of issues. And this has been going on for several years and nothing has happened, and now I'm told nothing will happen. I contacted Ken Tracy. I talked with you a couple times on the phone. I've also spoke with Jeff Smith, who's drove by and reviewed the place as well. Jeff encouraged me to bring my concerns here. That's the reason I am here. I feel it is a public nuisance, not just a private nuisance. I request the city council look into this matter and take action as the city promises to do. Not only verbally, but right on the website it says, we will take care of these problems that I've been trying to address. I've got copies of emails highlighting some of the points that are critical points and, well, a copy of signatures of the people, at least one person from every household up and down Fiala who has strong concerns about this property and how it's degrading the entire neighborhood. You know, the properties are supposed to create a sense of pride of community, which the website even says, which is the goal of code enforcement. Rather, this is an eyesore and it's running down the entire neighborhood. It's a nice neighborhood full of good people, but it needs to get cleaned up. There's a corner that is horrible and things need to be done.
Are there people living in the home now?
There is a renter living in the home right now.
A single renter?
There is a multitude of people floating in and out. Right now, I believe it's a single renter and his daughter. And from week to week, it varies.
I don't know that I can fully and totally respond to everything. I share your concern, and I want to relate that we have not ignored your request for action. You started with Jeff Lanning and registered a complaint. I'm not sure exactly what action was taken by Mr. Lanning at the time. Then Wade London took over the position, and I know that he has reviewed the property, and there has been action taken by animal control on complaints regarding the dog marking. The police department has been involved in investigation of whatever activities might be going on there. Our city attorney has reviewed the actions. One of the issues and difficulty in correcting the problem is that it has been in foreclosure, and then it was supposed to be up for public auction. For whatever reason, that didn't take place on two separate occasions. the owner of the property has been totally unresponsive to any actions that we have directed towards him. We have, our code enforcement people have had the lawn mowed once. Carl went out and has reviewed it personally and did a little bit of minor sweeping and maintenance on it. I certainly share your concern. And I will have maybe Carl respond to it, but the information that I have been provided is that even though it may be unsightly, it does not rise to the level of a public nuisance. Now, there may be a difference of opinion regarding that, but as I guess the point that I would like to make, we have not ignored your request or correspondence. We've looked into it, and we are doing the best that we can to resolve those issues, but there are some limitations placed upon us based upon the condition of the property and the unwillingness of the owner to address any of those issues. Carl, do you have any other comment?
I don't think I would add anything.
Okay.
How old of a home is it? Do you know? Does anyone know when it was built?
12 years old, possibly. It was about 4 years old when I built my house beside it.
All I can say is we will continue to try to work with you and with the owner, the renter, to address and correct the problems. I can appreciate what issues that you face with a neighbor that is unwilling to address those concerns. And when we feel that those issues are ones that we can address, we will take action.
I must ask one question and make a comment then. Right off the website, City of Mitchell Code Enforcement, it states, code enforcement is tasked with cleaning up neighborhoods, targeting nuisance properties that have dilapidated or abandoned buildings, junk, unlicensed vehicle, which is another one of these issues, discarded appliances, piles of garbage, waste in yards, tall grass, and weeds, which, by the way, I didn't bring up very well. There's more weeds than grass in that yard. Yes, they might have been sprayed once, but I can't keep them out of my yard anymore. They're so thick and so out of control. I believe all these items are items which fall under what you have described, or do these items not fall? This is my question. These items that you listed on your website not fall under what you have just described?
The unlicensed vehicle basically refers to automobiles.
Does it also refer to trailers loaded with garbage and junk?
Well, I don't know about the unlicensed part of it. The difficulty is, and I'm not arguing with you, but the difficulty that we have is we go out and we tell somebody to clean it up. So then they have 14 days to clean it up. And so then they don't clean it up. And then there are some things that we can do, like mow. We can't seize their private property. And as much as you think it's junk, we can't go out and take that private property away from them. That's the conundrum we're in. So, we can fine them and add it to their property taxes and that kind of thing, but if it's in foreclosure and they don't pay, then we kind of get in line with everybody else. That's the difficulty we're in.
It may be necessary. I know this is a challenge. I know this is a real challenge, but I feel, and this is my concluding statement, we need to rise to these challenges. This will not be the first and last case like this that ever rises. I know things have to change. Several years ago, I was told that there's nothing we can do about the weeds growing in the yard. Now, this year, thank goodness, this yard's got sprayed once for weeds at least, which was a big hurrah as far as I was concerned. But things have to change. People want to turn and twist and take advantage of any loophole there is. We need to stifle this.
I'm going to, this has gone on longer than what's allowed, but Wade is behind you, would like to make a response, I believe. So, and I assure you that we have not ignored your request.
Thank you. felt necessary to
That's fine.
publicly address this. It's been many years now that this has been going on and proceeding to get worse, so.
Well, we've been in court on another property for a number of years. Fire hazard trying to tear it down, we haven't been able to do that yet either.
Wade,
Some
you have
new laws, maybe.
anything that you want to ask?
Just a couple things. With the vehicle, as far as the trailer in the back, I can't see if it had a license plate on it or not. It's covered up by a tarp at one time. So if it was licensed, we can't just go on someone's property and pull up the tarp and take a look. The car is out on the road at the end of the cul-de-sac. It has been called in numerous times. He marks the tires, and then I do believe it gets moved within a certain amount of time. And the last thing is I have talked to the renter when he did move in. The understanding I had with the renter was that he was going to do the shingling job for the house and take it off the rent. Now, where he's at with his landlord, I have not a clue. But I've sent the letters out to Mr. Rosen, and there's been no response.
So, Wade, what, can we find them? I mean, under the law, what can we do at this point?
Well, we have to prove that it's constitutes a public nuisance, and I think, Mayor, there's many of these things that, I or
Mr. Mankey.
Mr. Mankey, may not like, but whether it right is the level of public nuisance, that's a whole other matter. You have to prove that it's public nuisance, and then you
And you need something like Berlin or something like that.
sure, you'd be able to, this is I have sympathy for Mr. Mankey, you know.
The
And we
entire,
will, continue to do what we can do. I think we mowed it, we sprayed it this year. The rest of the yard, we're not gonna, can't take the dirt away, we're not gonna walk in and sod it. It's not gonna happen. You know,
I would like to express it is a public nuisance.
I don't know.
Everybody in the neighborhood feels it is, and I would like to, if you would be the best person to give this to. These are at least one person.
Thank you so much.
But thank you.
The difficulty is that you may feel it's a public nuisance, and we may even feel it's a public nuisance. But then you have to go to court, and aesthetics isn't necessarily the same. You know, Berlin is the same.
Okay. Not exactly right.
I know the garage is full of fiberglass and an old trailer house, and it's gonna turn into a vermin problem very quickly, but we'll address that later. Thank you for your time.
Well, we're not gonna abandon you, we'll stick with you. Some of these problems are not a problem, so do the best we can, and hopefully.
And I talked to Kevin too, and been out there a couple times to look at it, and there's not one person in this room would want to have a neighbor like Kevin has. And so I think we need to continue to work with him, and when the point in time it is, I've got confidence that Carl will take it to the next level. If it continues to deteriorate the way that it is right now, it's probably not too far away, but hopefully we can come to some resolution. Unfortunately, we're working with a foreclosed property that the owners are out of town and have no communication or want with us or no connection with the city or interest in responding. So it's going to be difficult, but I think we just need to continue to keep our eye on it. Lyndon?
On a different issue, during budget hearing this past year, you gave me permission to seek a drug dog, to submit a grant through the Attorney General's Office for a drug dog. We recently got notified that we were awarded this grant, so I want to thank you and commend you and thank Attorney General Marty Jackley for his issuing of this drug dog, and over the next couple months I think you'll see this develop, and I just think it sends a unified message of the importance of proactive enforcement on drugs in our community. So just wanted to give you an update on that.
Thank you. Yes, they were, Lyndon.
Yes, they were, yep,
Lyndon said that.
yep. he did.
Anyone else have anything? The only thing that I have is just maybe a little bit of an update. I had previously informed you of a request from the governor to place a plaque within the city of Mitchell recognizing former Governor Gunderson, who was a previous resident of Mitchell. And the request was for $3,000. And we sent some letters out to the various service organizations requesting an interest in donating funds towards this. We have received some response. I believe that the Rotary Club has committed $300 towards this project. We also received some correspondence from the Moose organization saying that they would commit a certain amount. I haven't determined exactly what that would be. But at any rate, Maryland has had some correspondence
That's
with the
nice.
party in Pierre who is responsible for this, and they were most appreciative of the fact that, and maybe just to remind you, you did allocate $3,000 towards this, which we, of course, will not have to use that full amount using the donated funds, but the balance of that will be used, and I guess we'll get into the specifics of it. As far as location, there was some discussion that maybe they thought that the location should be at the park across the street, if that's determined to be the location. Also a request maybe to list the various donors who contributed to that, which I think that we can do with very minimal expense. So at any rate, I think that the plan would be to inform the state that we're going forward with the project. They will prepare the plaque, and the governor has, I guess, promised that he will come to Mitchell for the dedication of the plaque whenever it's completed. So that's kind of where that is at this point.
Hey, Mayor, tangentially, an item did come up in a prior discussion going on here, where we're at with the Goody Coons house, that we had a hearing on sometime. We'll be back in circuit court on a date certain. That date certain is December 1, and we'll seek a order of the court authorizing abatement.
Just for the edification of Mr. Mankey, how many years have you been trying to do this?
Me. So, I'm sorry. Whew, that went past me.
But I think we're referring to this other home.
Yeah, it went by me. It
the
flew
fire
right
was
by me
12
the
years
first time.
ago,
But
right?
We've been trying to do something about
since I've been,
2002.
yeah, the fire occurred in 2002, and 12 years later now I've been the city attorney for the last couple of years of that, and we've gone to circuit court to get an order of the court to hire either ourselves or hire a contractor to go upon private property and alter that private property by raising it, abating, and restoring the property to a non-nuisance condition. And we'll have avenues for recovery of our costs, I do believe.
And moving on,
Mayor,
committee reports.
oh, Mayor, can I just real quickly?
Yes.
Yeah. Before we move on, I've got the treasurer of the Mitchell Skating and Hockey Association happens to work, or I work with her, and she wanted me to deliver a check tonight to Mayor and Marilyn for the cost of the summer ice. And so I've got in my hand the check is $25,688 that MSHA did raise throughout the summer months, and they wanted to relay that it was extremely successful. They brought a lot of people to town. They were the city was very easy to work with cooperation of having a quality facility that they're able to not only with our local youth being able to utilize it, but also bringing in a lot of the other individuals. And since I had her, I asked her the question, because it has come up, and probably worth noting, is the commitment that MSHA has made for the next 5 years. They are on the schedule of making their $100,000 payments every year. They made a $50,000 payment in June, and then we'll be making making another payment in December. So they are current, as I understand, Marilyn, with the $100,000 commitment. and then also that they have fulfilled their commitment to paying for all the expenses for the
I
summer
just want to
ice.
point out, that amount is the amount of the expenses for the summer ice program, is that correct? Yes, thank you. Anyone else have anything? Now, committee reports, Public Works.
Public Works met tonight at 7:20.
Very
One
cool.
item on the agenda, that was a driveway opening at 1605 East First. Usually, we don't allow driveways wider than 36 feet. This is considered compartments, and so the committee decided to allow, I think it was 137 feet.
117 and
117 and 119 feet. Exceptions, as it were. And the committee voted positively for that, and we adjourned at 7:30.
Entertain a motion to approve the committee report. Motion second to approve the committee report, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Entertain a motion for the city council to adjourn and sit as the board of adjustment.
Second.
Motion second to sit as board of adjustment, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Entertain a motion to set the date of October 20th, 2014 for the board of adjustment hearings as listed.
Second.
Motion and a second to set the date of October 20th, 2014 for the hearings. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Hearing on the application of Wendy Engeveld for a side yard variance on a corner lot of 11 feet versus 20 feet for construction and replacement of a detached garage located at 627 East 6th Avenue, legally described as Lot 1, Block 7, Burrs Addition, City of Mitchell.
Mayor and council members, if I could direct your attention to the second page of your planning commission minutes, and you would see that the planning commission held a hearing on this request and have recommended approval of this. Also, you would see in the planning commission packet that you had, there's a drawing and so forth. There was no neighborhood opposition to this. I don't know if they're here. Yep, they're here if you have questions of them. Or if you,
Move to approve.
Motion and a second to approve the application for variance. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Hearing on the application of Armand and Joanne Olson for a side yard on a corner variance of 9 feet versus 20 feet for construction and extension of a covered porch located at 1300 2nd Avenue, legally described as Lot 7, Block 5, St. Greens Addition, City of Mitchell.
Mayor and council, if I direct your attention to the final page of the planning commission, the unapproved planning commission minutes, you would see that the planning commission did hold a hearing on this request as well. There's some background information there, but after holding the hearing, they have unanimously recommended approval of this variance. I don't know if Mr. Olson, he's here, if you've got any specific questions of him.
I'm having trouble reading the diagram and understanding what exactly is happening with it.
Basically, what he's doing is he has an extended porch there, and he's adding that on, and then taking it further to the north, covering his garage. It doesn't quite go that far to the north. Am I paraphrasing it accurately?
Making the place look a lot better. However, I have a real concern with the way this went, and he has the same concern that I have. He had a contractor come in and tell me he didn't need to break the go for a variance and that sort of stuff. And the work is over half done, I believe, before you get an approval of a variance. He has nothing in place to find a contractor if they're going to get a building permit. And what happens when we say no? Just like the foundation for the garage is already poured. I noticed that. To me, that.
I guess in an extreme case, previously done construction outside of the bounds of permits and codes, including variances if necessary, torn out. That'd be an extreme case nobody would want to see.
He asked the contractor if he needed a permit. The contractor told him no. It was bad advice, and he made comments about the contractor, which I'm not going to bring up, but I do think we ought to be able to hold somebody responsible for this, because we say no, you have to tear the whole thing down. And it's not his fault.
Well, and it does make you wonder, I mean, in this particular case, realized the mistake and came forward. How many other people in town maybe don't realize or realize after the fact and don't say anything and goes up anyway?
That's what I'm saying, maybe this guy gets fined for the contract.
I agree, I don't think we hold his feet to the fire, but I think for the future, there's got to be something.
And just a point of note that Mr. Everson did vote no, but that shouldn't shock anybody. If Bob's listening, he wanted to make for sure it wasn't unanimous.
Oh, thanks for clarifying that.
I might state that I think our building department and public works department does as good a job as can be done as far as disseminating information to people regarding the necessity of permits and whatnot. And as painful as it may be at times, the old adage that ignorance of the law is no excuse is still there, and everybody's responsible for compliance. And it's unfortunate in that circumstances do occur sometimes where people run on assumption, if you will, and not check with the building official, rely on advice maybe from a neighbor, maybe from a contractor, maybe from a lawyer, you know, that may not in the final analysis prove out to be correct in the end, where people in good faith proceeded in the beginning.
Did this constitute a building permit?
That's how it was noticed. John had noticed it, or somebody brought it to his attention. I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for John how he became aware of it. But anyway, and then that's what happened, and then John brought it to my attention, and John noticed that, whoa, it doesn't meet the side yard setback, and then that's processed it. So
We'll never be 100%, and as long as there's human beings involved, there's going to be something. Just the reality of.
So, but I will there. Mr. Olson has been very cooperative with this whole situation, and so I just want to make sure that you are aware of that he's been. We could.
Right, I agree, and again, I'm going to move to approve this, but I agree with you, Randy, that we need to do something to punish the contract. To go forward and,
Well, we don't license contractors. I don't know that we necessarily want to get involved in that. But that issue then becomes a private issue between the customer and the contractor in their contract. We are not a party or have no privity of contract in that agreement they made and what they're doing. Well, they license contractors, and then anyway.
We have a motion and a second to approve the application for the variance and further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Entertain a motion for the Board of Adjustment to adjourn and the City Council to reconvene in regular session.
So moved.
Motion second to reconvene in regular session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Discussion for the City Hall construction project. I do not have any new information. I don't believe our committee has not met since we last gave a report to you. However, Mark Aspas of Architect Incorporated, who is the architect that has been employed to draw the design for the project, is here tonight, and I think we'd like to share some information with you. So I will turn it over to Mr. Aspas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I suggested to Mayor Tracy that perhaps this would be a good time for us to sort of give a synopsis of where we started, where we're at, and give the council, kind of an overall picture of where we got to and why we got there. After we were hired to do the project, we sat down with the selected committee to to do programming, in other words, decide what spaces need to be in the building, how many square feet there needed to be. We have, of course, the downtown site and the demolition that occurred, the site work that occurred, soil tests, and so forth. We went through the design process and had a series of meetings with the committee to basically come up with the design, and I think it meets the program needs quite well. It has a full basement, the selected design does, and that basement is for storage, mechanical, and IT. Then during that process, the city went through the selection process of a construction manager at risk. Pitts Construction was selected to be that construction manager at risk, which means that they would be the agency that would hire subcontracts throughout the process of construction. They also are valuable in this process to do cost estimating. And so they did an estimate on the selected design, and the estimate came in higher than the budget. Go figure. It's quite a bit higher. In rough terms, the budget is $3 million and the estimate's $4 million. And so we then took a look at ideas on what to do to cut the costs down. And fortunately or unfortunately, the building was designed not with a lot of extra space in it, but quite tight in terms of what the needs were. And so we couldn't just go through and cut 10 or 15% of the square footage out. We took a look at eliminating the basement. We took a look at doing some other things like less expensive materials on the outside of the building and so forth. And we came up with something close to $500,000 worth of savings by doing those things. None of those were very popular because when you eliminate the basement and the large storage area, you're cutting quite a bit of value out of the future of the building. So at that point, we sort of called a timeout to see what other ideas we could come up with. The cost of the construction was questioned. We went and did some research on similar buildings that have been done recently in Brookings, where Stephanie Elwine was employed recently. The city-county building up there, we took a look at the cost of that building and inflated it for escalation up to this point. We took a look at the facility in Vermillion, similar city hall building, and did the same thing. And we came to the conclusion that the costs that Pitts had come up with were reasonable, and without the I guess the advantage of bidding competitively all of the subcontracts, we felt that this estimate that they came up with was fair. So at that point, and that's where we're at this point right now. I know Mark Pitts is here. I don't know if he wants to speak about the construction costs or not, but we're in a holding pattern right now until we receive further direction.
Anyone have any questions of Mark?
Well, I just have a quick comment. For myself, I love the original design. And for me, I would much rather wait a year or two and husband some money and do the original design and have it for the next 50 or 70 years rather than do something pared down that nobody's going to be happy with either now or in the future.
I was, if I'm remembering right, we had the 3.2, but the discussion was that the square footage that we're going to go with the original building was around $5 million. But you had mentioned guess I'm just trying to,
4 point something.
I think you're on, Stephanie. Mark might be able to address that better.
I believe the numbers that you're referring to, Jeff, included the soft costs, like the professional fees added on, some of the site work costs. Because what we were looking at the last time it was discussed was the total cost of the project. So some of the ones that Mark's referring to don't have everything in there. It would just be construction only.
Yeah, my name is Mark Pitts with Pitts Corporation. The numbers, just depending on which numbers you're looking at, whether you're looking at pure construction costs or you're looking at the total project cost, which would include the architecture and construction management fees, excise tax, those sorts of things with it too. Right,
Yeah.
obviously. But I mean, when you compare numbers, you just want to make sure you know which numbers you're talking about.
So when we talked about the 3.2 originally, did that not include those soft costs?
I'm
Was
not
that-
sure what the original budget actually included, but as far as what the council was working from, but if you work off of the full project cost numbers, it was closer with the basement to $5 million and without the basement to $4.3 million. We did some value engineering and looked at options which included removing the basement and some other design sort of items that could lessen the cost. And we did come up with about $890,000 of costs. That doesn't include the reduction in the fees that would therefore happen as well. But it would bring it down to about 3.5 million, but that only has 18,800 square feet, and I think the ideal design with the basement had 26,000 square feet. So that's kind of where we're at with numbers. Our estimator went through this pretty thoroughly, line by line, as far as line items go, wasn't square footed. These are an estimate number. Obviously, all these, the actual construction costs would have to be bid, and so what the bid mark is going to allow is what it will be. But we feel that this number is a pretty solid number.
Mark, this is a totally unfair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Sure.
Assume we wait 2 years. Obviously, you have no idea, but what would you expect the multiplier to be? Instead of a $5 million building 2 years from now, is it a $5.2 million building, or is it a $10 million building? I mean, obviously, you can't know for sure, but based on your experience.
If you take the exact same building that we're looking at today, I can easier speak from the past. In the last few years, we've seen anywhere from a 2 to a 5% inflationary factor, or actually a little bit higher in the most recent years. So, I mean, if you figure somewhere in that 4 to 5 range for an inflationary factor, and that's not working off of the per year, correct? Yeah, per year. That's not working off the consumer price index. It's more working off of building construction costs, both from labor costs and also material costs.
So $500,000 a month.
Potentially, yeah.
So Mark, Stephanie was talking, I think it was a couple of meetings ago, about electronics, bells and whistles, and more than the use of them. Is that included in the cost of the 100 to maybe $400,000 more?
It's not included in this cost at this point in time, just because typically that's contracted as equipment with the city itself. Most projects, not all, but most projects, the public entity covers furniture, equipment, any specialty type items, be chairs, open office equipment, things of that nature, separately, just because they can get it out of a different budget a lot of times, and so that's why they choose to do that. But it should be something that's considered overall when you're budgeting for it, as well as soils and things of that nature. Now, we've done some work on this site, but if the site were to change, it just should be considered as well, because that can have a really big impact. For instance, on this project, we've got over $150,000 in sheet piling, just so that the standards can be met as far as when that basement is over excavated, just to make sure that OSHA standards are met for the angle going into the basement while the construction is actually occurring. the equipment, and also just so that you don't have a fall hazard coming into that building because you've got Main Street and First Street on both sides. Plus, you've got an alley that's got a lot of utilities, so you don't want to disrupt that either. So you've actually got sheet pilings and a building on the other side, actually. So you've got sheet pilings going all the way around the entire building, and that's driving up the cost of this particular site. So site things, until you start digging into it, you don't always know what you're going to run into. If it's a virgin site or a previously farmed site, typically you will have less of that, but you never know. You have to have a certain amount of strength that soil can handle. Usually it's a clay after you strip off the black dirt and things of that nature, and that's where we always recommend getting soil borings done as early as possible in the process so that you can start estimating those costs in as well.
So you can honestly say the building's probably without bells and whistles going to be 5.5 to our true cost.
Are you talking with equipment or with everything? If you factor in, I mean, working from the numbers that we have, yeah, with the basement and everything, if we're at $5 million now, and you figure in, if I can use your number of $500,000 over the next 2 years, 5.5, I'm not sure what kind of equipment and furnishings and that sort of needs would be there, but if you said between audio, visual, furniture and equipment, you added another 200,000, I think you'd be covering yourself. So, or more.
Is it on now? Okay. When we did I don't have the figures with me again, Dan, but when we did a proposal on the AV equipment as well as security and door security or electronic door systems, and then the other thing that isn't factored into that would be some of the site costs that we've already paid, but that you wanted to see the total cost. It was closer, I think it was at least 600,000 on top of what the construction. I was thinking it was closer to 600,000 or 700,000. Because the last time you.
I guess maybe I would like to refresh everyone's memory of how we got maybe where we're at. When we were going through the bonding proposal and came up with the $13.9 million, out of that, $2.6 million was dedicated for the city hall. After having gone through the process of trying to determine whether or not we wanted to try to find an existing building that we could convert into a city hall, or whether we wanted to build a new city hall, I came to the conclusion that $2.6 million, of which a portion of that was used for property acquisition, so it was reduced down to 2.4 or less, and so, as you may recall, I came back to you and said, we would like to see what other sources of revenue that we might be able to come up with to add to the 2.4 million, I think was at that time, and some of the items that we came up with, we had loaned some money to Mitchell Main Street Beyond for repairs, to loan to businesses. They hadn't used it. We took 100,000 of that back. Anyway, we added to that and came up to the current amount of $3.2 million. All of that, per the direction of the council, was to include everything. Construction, fees, and so on. Well, as it turned out, that really wasn't a realistic figure based on the current conditions, and as I have stated before, and I hope that you agree, that the drawings and the configuration of the building, both interior and exterior, are not exorbitant in any way, shape, or form. But I think that they would meet the needs for our city now and in the future. If we start cutting the basement, for example, to shave some money off of that, I think that we, in the long run, would certainly regret that. So, in doing some comparisons and research, which Mark brought out, that the Vermillion City Hall cost approximately $5 million for a similar structure of what we're at. So, bottom line is, I think that we are looking at a figure of $5 million or in excess of $5 million build a new city hall at this point in time. I probably should point out also that none of that is set in stone. If we should choose to use that money in another manner, that is permissible. We have not approved the construction of this city hall at this point in time. Mel suggested possibly that we would wait a period of time before that we proceed on that. That's certainly an option. And we're going to get into the discussion of the indoor swimming pool as soon as we conclude this. At the time that the $13.9 million bonding was put in place, the indoor swimming pool was not on the equation at that point. And so, and in addition to that, we found out, certainly within the Corn Palace budget, that we had allocated $6.5 million for the phase 1 and phase 2 of the Corn Palace. However, phase 2 is going to be in excess of what we have budgeted for. So, bottom line is that we don't have sufficient money to probably complete the phase 2 of the Corn Palace project. However, that's kind of a moot point. We can't do phase 2 of the Corn Palace project until we vacate City Hall. So you've got some decisions that need to be made. If in fact you're going to try to proceed with phase 2, you're going to have to vacate City Hall to vacate the existing City Hall. And so in addition to that, as I pointed out, and we will get into that discussion in a few minutes, but the cost of the indoor swimming pool, we had an initial estimate of approximately $6 million, and now that might be closer to 7 or even more than that. So the cost of these projects has escalated, and in addition to that, we have added a project that was not contemplated at the time that we budgeted for the $13.9 million. So I guess what I would point out is that as the council, you're going to have to, I guess, look at those issues, prioritize what it is that we want to have done and which ones that we want to have done first. We've already used the $2.5 million for the first sheet of ice. We've used the $2.3 million for the library, and we've dedicated $4.2 for the Corn Palace. That leaves, if you add on to the additional $2.6 million dedicated for the City Hall, which is now 3.2, you have $2.3 million that is left over from the Corn Palace budget, which is $6.5 million. We are using 4.2 of that for phase 1, and then you also have $2.6 million set aside for City Hall that we have not expended. So you add those two together, you come up with $4.9 million plus the amounts that we added to the City Hall to get it up to 3.2. So you've got about $5.5 million of undedicated funds out of that $13.9 million of bonding capacity, just for your information.
I was going to ask Mark one question. Ultimately, their estimates and they're professionally put together, and I appreciate that. But to truly get to a point where we know what the cost is, you have to bid it.
Correct.
And I'm kind of stretching a little bit here, but would it make any sense whatsoever as a council to get to a point where we hire you to proceed, to get to a point where we could bid this? Not saying that we have to accept the bids, but we're going to know what the total cost would be. Could you put together a number with the architectural engineers and say whatever month we decide to bid this and say, okay, now we know for sure this is the amount. Now, do we accept those bids or not? Then that's a whole nother question. Ken's going a little bit different route, which I can appreciate too, is, does it make sense for us to take a look at maybe diverting some of these funds? But is that so far-fetched out in the construction business that people will see through that and they won't give you true bids to begin with? Or let's say 6 or 8 or 12 months from now, you've done all your work. I mean, at what point in time, get it to a point where we can bid it, and then we know exactly the amount that we're dealing with. I know it's strange.
That's typically not how it works, but but not. But it doesn't mean you couldn't. I would say that in doing such, you'll have probably about 85% of your architectural fee expended in getting the drawings and specifications, bid specifications, to the point where it can go out for bid. You'll have expended some of the construction management fee. Most of the construction management fee gets drawn down upon during the actual construction itself. There is some pre-construction costs, but those are typically heavier during the construction. Or excuse me, the pre-construction costs are incurred during the design, and then most of the construction management fee is during the construction.
Well, if we did that, how long would that even be good for? I mean, you get this number, we know now,
No,
and then
what I'm looking at is, regardless if it's today or 5 years from now, you've got everything in place that you can take to the public and say, I want to bid this. That's what I'm attempting to see if it's even feasible of doing, and what the cost would be to get us to that point.
I'm not sure if you would have some contractors shy away from it, just with the question in their mind of whether it's actually going to be built. You typically have 30 days after a bid occurs to sign contracts with those folks or with those different contracting parties. You can ask them to extend it. Typically, it's maybe 30 days. They don't have to. But yes, it would give you an idea if you were going to proceed at that point in time, but really it's for about a 30-day time period that you have thereafter.
As the construction manager at risk, at what point are you required to make your guarantee of the end cost of the project? Could you accomplish that without going through the steps that Jeff has suggested?
There's two ways of doing construction management at risk. The state does it a little bit differently. They typically request that the construction manager put forth their guaranteed max earlier. What happens with that is they carry a very large contingency of anywhere from 10 to 20% in the project, and that basically covers themselves. What we do, it's a little bit different, is we will put our estimate together and we'll carry a contingency with it. Right now we've got a contingency shown at 5%, and we think that the market will basically wipe out that 5% contingency, the market savings. There are some hungry contractors out there right now, and if you can time it correctly, you can take advantage of people trying to get work for the spring or trying to get it into the fall or however it might be. But we typically don't guarantee it until all the bids are in, and then we'll do a guaranteed maximum price at that point in time. But we're open to the other method as well. I'm just not sure if you're getting something all that different in the end.
Mark? Other Mark?
Well, I think Mark put it quite well, but one of the advantages of having a construction manager on our team is that they can do this estimating, and whether they're 5 or 10% off right now, I think at least we know with some sense of certainty that where this particular building on that particular site, what that's going to cost within 10%. And yes, we could continue and do the drawings, the detailed drawings and specs, and they could go out and get bids. And the bids would, you know, hopefully, like Mark said, be less than, maybe 5% less than what their estimate is, but then you have the situation where if you're really only going out for bids to test the market, to see where you're at, to make a decision, or if you're really serious about doing the project and adjusting funds so that you have the funds available to do the project, I think that's the difference, that the serious bidder will be coming forward. It's a good, I mean, you know, spring is a great time to take bids, early spring, late winter. It's a great time to take bids, and you probably get some very good bids if you chose to go that way. And we could, you know, we could continue and finish the drawings and so forth, and work with Mark and their company and get bids early this spring. So.
Well, again, nothing for you. I'm just going to, I'm committed to the Corn Palace project, but it's a chicken or the egg thing right now. And so I guess to me, if we were to take that Corn Palace money plus the city council, the city hall money, and do the original drawing, I would spruce up Main Street. Of course, this building would be empty, but then we would have an opportunity put some money aside, and maybe, you know, 1 year we got it. And then the next year you do this. And the next year you do that. You don't necessarily do the whole project at one time. But we have both too much and too little money at this point. So, you know, I don't know what we gain other than it reminds me of greyhound racing, you know, where that little rabbit goes out and those greyhounds are just chasing that thing as best they can, but they're always right behind it. And my concern is, if we wait, as I originally suggested, we're always going to be $500,000 behind. And by the time we get around to it, it's $8 million or $10 million or whatever. But anyway, food for thought.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Mark. Moving on to the indoor swimming pool proposal. As you have in your packet and at previous meetings, we have been in contact with GLG Architects out of Alexandria, Minnesota. They were the architect that provided the design for the Watertown indoor pool, and we felt that what we were looking at somewhat mirrored what Watertown was looking at, so we decided to employ them to give us some information and estimate of costs for the indoor pool. And so we met personally with them and defined to them what it is that we hope to provide within our indoor pool, and they, which I guess maybe just in a brief description of what the original design request was, would have been a 25 meter by a 25 yard competitive pool, and adjacent to that would have been a leisure pool with zero entry to include locker rooms. And after we had initially met with them, they went back and came back with a report, and I guess maybe we shouldn't be surprised based on the other information of other projects, but they came back with an estimate of approximately $8 million. And we were had a little sticker shock over that, but anyway, we continued to negotiate, if that's the right word, with them regarding what cuts, changes that we could make to the design to lower that amount. And one of the concessions was that rather than having the 25 meter by 25-yard pool. We asked them that they factor in a 25-yard pool by 60 feet. That still would provide 8 competitive lanes, and also we had them look at reducing the locker space and eliminate a lobby. And as a result of that, they went back and came back with some new figures regarding the cost estimate for the pool. And for the most part, whether or not one were to consider the location, whether of the 2 locations that we discussed previously, the Dakota Wesleyan location or the rec center location, really not significant difference in the cost on the design of the indoor pool, regardless of the location. There was some discussion, and I guess we'll have to determine this, whether or not a parking would be less if it was provided at Dakota Wesleyan by Dakota Wesleyan, or whether or not that would be an additional cost at the rec center. Those are, I guess, not necessarily minor issues, because I think the cost of the parking was in the neighborhood of $200,000. So not insignificant, but we're not at this point yet prepared to make a firm number on the parking. Looking more at this point of the pool itself and what other amenities that that we wish to have included within this project. And I guess maybe for the sake of those that had a concern regarding the water temperature, because there would be 2 separate pools, the water temperature for each could be controlled separately. With that, I guess I will either defer to Ryan, who has also sat in on the discussions that we had with the architect, or Blake, or whomever else has any comments. This is, I guess, the time to bring them forward. Stephanie? Yes?
Point out that there was one error that's on option, I'm going to look at how it's labeled, option B, which was on page 43 of the packet. And there where it states the lap pool, that should say 75 by 60. Although the drawing looks bigger, the cost calculation that's to the right of that pool design is assuming the same size as the previous one. So it's the 75 by 60 foot, not by 82, but the figures reflect the 75 by 60. And then in the last page, on page 44, when you're looking at the proposed design option C, which is phasing it in, doing the first pool first and then adding a leisure pool in the future, there are additional costs that would be associated with that, with going through the construction twice, just as you discussed with City Hall. But in addition to that, they did not tack on any inflationary costs that would also have to be included. They just took what could you do for $6 million and then lumped the rest into a total cost. So when you're looking at that option C, you can anticipate that the future that they have listed would be higher than what's on the sheet as well.
So, Stephanie, on page 43, you had indicated 75 by 60, but they've got the cost in there. It says 8 or 10 lanes, the cost of 1.1 for that particular feature.
They said that's based on the 75 by 60 calculation.
But that's the cost that it is up above at $875,000, or the same.
Yeah, we confirmed that with them. Did I say it backwards? You correct me then. How's that, Ryan? Just trying to recommunicate that.
The 3 options in front of you, obviously A, B, and C. A is the one that got skipped. Let me start by option B is the one we first asked for, Jeff, which is the 25 yard by 25 meter. Okay. That would be 75 by 82 feet. That's the one that came in at 1.1. Okay. Option B then is the skinny down one, where it's the 75 yard by 8 feet or 8 lanes, so that's 60 feet. And then option C, it should be 75 by 60. Yep. option C should say 75 by 60, because that's also a 25-yard.
So the other two were correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, no problem.
And so the 82 is 25 meters.
Correct.
And 60 is
8 lanes at 7.
8 lanes.
Yeah, basically 7.5 feet per lane. So I guess I don't have really anything to add. I mean, you guys have seen enough of me over the last couple of weeks, and I think the architect or the folks that actually did this feasibility study, it's not so much an architectural drawing because these are very rough, but the people that did the feasibility study, I think they obviously did a really good job, asked a lot of questions. They allowed for us to ask them a lot of questions back, and over the course of the last 3 weeks, there's been a lot of give and take. For me, I guess it all boils down to what is most important for you guys of what you want to do as you move forward. Like the mayor said, you had 13.9 worth of community project bonds, and for me, at the end of the day, it's what is going to impact my quality of life and my family's quality of life, what is going to bring business to town and what's not. And for me, Second Sheet of Ice brings people to town, brings business to town. The Corn Palace definitely does, brings people to town, brings money to town. So does a swimming pool. You know, I know that I'm going to step on some toes with some of our city employees here, but at the end of the day, a museum and a new city hall isn't going to bring new people to town or more business to town. And so for me, I look at it at the end of the day, I want to do what I think is best for the value of quality of life, for the people that live around here, and for the businesses that operate in this community of what brings people to town. I think hockey does, I think the Corn Palace does, and I think a swimming pool does.
Based on the information that we got here, what is your guesstimate on cost of the facility with the 75 feet by 60 feet? Is it based on this about $7 million then?
Well, no. Well, yeah. Based on this, if you did the 75-yard by the 60 lane, or the 60 feet for the 8 lanes, and then the leisure pool on top of it, I mean, that's the main thing you got to think. If you're just looking at the competitive pool, it doesn't get you to $7 million. It's when you add on that leisure pool and all that other stuff, which is obviously very important. It gives you your zero entry. It gives you a separate temperature for folks that want to do water aerobics or whatever else. Use it more for, you know, if it comes up to your hip, for example, if it's 3.5 feet versus.
I guess for those who have not seen this or don't know, we're looking at probably for the features that we're looking at to include the leisure pool.
Yep.
That the figure is in the $7 million.
Yeah. Yep.
Neighborhood.
Yep.
And for the sake of for example, competitions,
Yeah.
you'd be satisfied with the 75 by 60?
Well,
Is that, I mean, on
It's
your
not gonna
list of priorities, where does that?
I think I want to be very careful about what we want and what we need. But with that said, a 75-yard or a 75 foot or 25-yard with 8 lanes will allow us to host meets in town. Do I think it's the best option? No, I don't. I still think the 25-yard by 25 meter will, because that's where things are going to be 25 and 30 years down the road from now. But this will allow us to not have meets in Sioux Falls and Pierre.
And my concern is that we're not penny wise and pound foolish, and that we, you know, do what Mel always talks about, where we invest a substantial amount of the community's money and end up with something that 10 years down the road we're going, man, we should have done that extra 22 feet.
Yeah,
or
I
whatever.
guess for me, I look at what the school board did when they decided to move MTI to the south side of the interstate, and now we look at that campus, and everybody that drives through Mitchell looks at that campus and goes, wow, isn't that awesome? I think the same thing is true with something like this. You know, based on what I heard other people, or what I heard you guys saying earlier, I would much rather see us use some of that bonding money that we are paying interest on right now and not using it. So put that money to work right now and build the facility that I think the citizens of Mitchell will like, and the state of South Dakota and the regions or the states around us would come to our swim meets to use.
Expand on that a little bit, Ryan.
Well, one of the nice things about having a 25-yard by 25 meter is you have the 8 competitive lanes or 10 competitive lanes if you're going the 25-yard way. But if you only, when you host a meet, you can have as many people into a race as you want. Typically, they'll have 3 or 4 on some of the slower timed races that might compete at a certain time in a race. But you could go all the way up to 10. If you go to some of the regional meets, there's 10 kids swimming at a time. But if we're hosting a meet here, probably what we could do if we really wanted to is we would use this leisure pool for kids to warm up and cool down. but we would also look at maybe we would just use 8 lanes at a time and leave lanes 1 and 10 open so that kids could warm up and cool down in there as well. That's what gets kids from the region to come to Mitchell, South Dakota for swim meets. That's what gets these high-level competitors that bring in money to our city to use this pool, is when you build a state-of-the-art facility that they can come here and not feel like they're swimming in a dungeon. Because that's what it feels like right now when you go to Sioux Falls. That's what it feels like right now when you go to some of the other communities where we host our meets. Thankfully, we're hosting one in Pierre where they got a beautiful facility, but we're hosting one of them in Sioux Falls, and it's like swimming in a cave. People don't like going there. That's the reason why we're hosting one of our meets in a different community.
The reason that in our discussions with the architect that we were looking at ways to pare it down from the $8 million that they originally gave us, it's rather surprising to me that the main difference in the cost from between the 25 meter by 25 yard versus 25 yards and 60 feet was about $2 million.
Incredible.
And so we said, give us a number at the 75 feet by 60 feet.
$2 million for those 22 feet.
What'd you say, Susan?
$2 million for that extra.
Well, it's actually about 700,000, Mayor. If you look at the difference between option A and option B.
I didn't know if the,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's 700,000. Yeah. It's,
I thought that
yeah.
was
Yeah. Option B, in your packet, and for those of them that are looking at it online at home, because you can find it online, option B is the 25-yard by 25-meter. And if you can read those small numbers, that's...
And that's on page 43 of our book.
Okay, 43 of your book, and for those looking at home. And then option A is the 25-yard by 8 lanes, the smaller version.
And actually what Mayor was pointing out to is when they originally came with us on page 41, and there was the larger pool, and including all the leisure, it came in at 9.1.
Yeah.
And so then what happened was, with the work with Ryan and Blake, we took a look at the line items to see, okay, this seems a little bit beyond everybody's scope, so what can we do? And so they started kind of looking at it with tiny equipment and scoreboard. There was a lazy river in the 9.1 with jets, and they were considerably, it's kind of small print for me, but those items were coming in at hundreds of thousands of dollars, is what was eliminated from the 9.1. And then got to a point where, okay, now we're looking at the leisure pool with all the equipment. Stephanie brought up a great idea. If we could utilize the equipment in the wintertime in the leisure pool here and be able to take that equipment and actually put it at Hitchcock in the summer. So we're looking at some dual use. Then the other thing we took a look at is, do we want a slide in this facility? And we said, for $300,000, is that a decision we can make later? Well, it is, but if you want to include a slide at any point in time, half of it has to be put in place for the infrastructure to include. So this particular one with either the 8.1 or the 7.3, you can see there's $150,000 that's in for the slide and tower. That does not get us the slide and tower. That's the workings of it, being able to do that.
needs to be there to accommodate the slide.
Right.
We really need that.
Well, and that's the discussion we have. We've got a slide outside. Steve isn't here tonight, but Steve's brother has actually worked with this particular architectural firm with a pool up in Bemidji, I believe it is. Was it
Bemidji or Brainerd? I can't remember.
Brainerd?
Which one it was.
Okay. Anyway, it was discussion was once we built it, everybody used the slide. After they went down it 25 times, nobody uses it. And that's neither here nor there. We're getting way down the road, but those are some of the things that we kind of talked about in the committee of what truly do we need and what can we do without, and still try to get all the amenities of zero entry, still a place for exercise in the leisure pool, but yet a place for kids to recreate also in the leisure pool. Having it be able to do the different temperatures as we talked about, plus drawing people to town, which we know is the major factor of what we're going to get a return as with what we're putting into the pool. So we spent a lot of time. We wanted to show everybody where we started from, and then where we kind of came to the two different options, and then the last one with, which I think is very important, is in reality, I think it was Mark that kind of helped us out with the original numbers, saying it was around $6 million. We weren't looking at a leisure pool or an auxiliary pool at that point. So on page 44, when we're coming in at 5.9, we were actually pretty dang close.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is when Ryan was coming to us. This was the facility we were looking at. Then we took a look. Does it make sense for us to add the other amenities so the people from Mitchell would, as young kids or whatever, or the exercise people that want to use it, then that kind of grew the price tag. So honestly, I think we're coming in fairly close to what we originally had looked at.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is that, a year ago, $6 million is the right number to build a competitive pool. It truly is. The $6 million is to build a competitive pool. But then when you want to get in all the leisure stuff or the stuff that's important for the quality of life, and that's when you get some of these higher numbers. Now, to the mayor's point earlier about $2 million more, he's right in that when in the very first meeting, it was kind of like we were all sitting on Santa Claus's lap saying, what do you really, really want? And that's when we put in the leisure pool at the Lazy River with all the different slides in there and all that stuff, and that's when it came into 9.1, Mayor. And then we got it all the way down to 7 with the leisure pool and the competitive pool of 25 yards. Mm-hmm.
Another thing that comes to mind, Dave, that none of us were sitting here, maybe Ken was part of the decision when we built the outdoor pool, and it came in at $4.3 million or something very close to that. And that was what they could afford and built it. And now, I know Yankton looked at an outdoor pool a few years ago just exactly like ours, and it was astronomical. But the one complaint that we hear all the time is, do you realize it's 6 lanes? Those other 2 lanes were never added. And now Ryan is telling us that there is the possibility, and a large possibility, that at some point in time, we will not be able to host an outdoor meet as a result of that. We've got a very nice pool, and it's utilized very well. It does bring people to town, but we are running the risk that we are going to be taken out of the rotation for a summer event as a result of it. And I just want to keep that in mind as Ryan is talking about here is today, this is very adequate. What about the future?
The other thing that, when you're bringing up the Hitchcock part, there was a request by some to see if we could get an estimate of cost to, I don't know if it's dome is the right word or whatever, to cover Hitchcock Park. And whether or not the firm that we are talking to here is a good source of information for that, because I don't think they're in the business of doing that, and they probably would be more interested in selling an indoor pool rather than covering Hitchcock. But they agreed to do some research, and they came back without any specific numbers, but the comment that they made was that they thought that the cost to cover Hitchcock Pool would be prohibitive, and that did not necessarily equate to the cost, which they thought also for the utilities for heating that expanse would also be prohibitive. They still have not completed what they said that they will report back to us. Okay, we asked them to give us a number, and we don't have that number yet. Their initial response was they thought it was prohibitive.
I would make 3 quick points. One is, I think the pool has to be a community pool, and I think it has to be more than just a competition pool. And I think if we're going to do this, we need to quote unquote do it right. And I'm not sure, as Susan said, penny wise, I agree it's being complicated. The second thing I would say, I'm not going to support any pool, regardless of cost, if we don't own the land. I just think it has to be our land. There's not a person here who would build a home of their own on land they did not own, no matter how attractive the lease is. And the third thing I would say, just in commenting on what Brian said, city employees aren't interested in the new city hall. Yet a new city hall was part of the Corn Palace, because we're getting dinged more and more as being a nothing facility. There's nothing to do inside the facility. It's just a barn where they play basketball. So the idea was to do some aesthetic improvements in there, and then in here to give tourists something to do so that it would be a quality attraction and that our numbers would go up. So the city hall is not, I mean, if we could do something else, we weren't going to play basketball anymore, then that's where we would do it. So I don't want the public to have the impression that somehow we're building the city hall for employees. That is part and parcel of what's going on next door. And I guess for me, if we don't improve the Corn Palace experience for tourists, the money we spent over there is wasted.
One quick note on that, Mel, is one of the things we asked the architect is we're considering 2 sites. And so,
I think we should consider 3 sites. And this is my point. I'm not for putting it at the rec center either. Because I don't think in 10 years the rec center is going to be there. We're going to have a $6 million or $8 million or whatever $1 million pool in the backyard of an elementary school. I'd like us to consider a location at Cadwell near the dog park across from the middle school. And then those kids could walk across and take swimming over there like they did before.
And the point I was going to make was the architect said that basically this building could be located anywhere. It doesn't necessarily need, it would be, they would be able to fit it on both locations. We haven't talked about a 3rd location at all, but basically it was designed as such that they looked at both. The only thing that they pointed out is, and we haven't had any discussions with Dakota Westland, that if their parking lot was sufficient, that might be the only thing, as Ken pointed out. But as far as, it does kind of say in here that we started out looking at one, and then it went to a rec center, then it went to Dakota Westland. In reality, this is a standalone building that could go anywhere.
Jeff, that's true, except for I want you to know from the Mitchell Aquatic Club's perspective, and when it comes to the competition piece of this pool, we have to have it attached to some type of a gym so that the kids that aren't swimming have a place to hang out. You're not going to get 400, there's seating in there for 200. You're not going to be able to get 400 or 300 swimmers, 400 swimmers, plus all their parents and grandparents. You have to have a place where they can quote unquote camp. And so you have to have it attached to some type of a gym or something, a standalone pool. This plan on a standalone won't work.
They couldn't walk over to the middle school. Swimmers don't walk.
When it's 20 below, I'm not going to ask them to in a swimsuit.
Well, that's true.
Yes, anyone else? Please come forward.
Hi, I'm Sue Bennett, and you've seen me before, and you'll see me again as long as this is an issue. I understand that we need a new pool. I would not build a home on somebody else's land either. But I also wouldn't have $100,000 and need to build a $300,000 home. It just, you either do it and you have the money and you build what you need to build, or you don't build at all. And so if it comes in at $8 million, to me, it looks like Are we going to spend 8 million and get what we need, or are we going to nickel dime it and spend 7 million? It's still more money than, if you don't have it in your hand, you don't have it. And so if it's attached to the rec, or it's attached to DWU, or it's attached to something else, it's going to have to be what we need. If you can't build it in an empty lot and it's not attached to the rec, and then 30 years from now the rec needs updating, okay, the rec needs updating. But it doesn't make sense to me to spend 7 million or 8 million and not have what you need. So you either go big or you stay home. I wouldn't build a 2-bedroom house for a 5, 6 person family. So what are we trying to do here? And so I appreciate that it's expensive. It's outrageously expensive. It's $700,000 for more feet on the pool. It just seems outrageous to me. But outrageous to me, it's still our money. I mean, it's still city money. It's coming from our residents. Are we going to nickel dime the residents? I think it's silly to think that 7 million or 8 million, you're nickel diming it and you're not getting what you need. So go big or stay home, I guess. Sorry. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for all the work. I know a ton of work has gone into this. Just a couple of things. I did look up today in the USA Swimming Rulebook. There's a whole section.
Lori, introduce yourself just so that they know.
Oh, sorry, I'm Lori Borg. And in the USA Swimming Rulebook, it has lane specifications, because when I saw that the lane width got cut a little bit, I was a little bit nervous about that, so I looked it up. The lane width that we have right now would be okay. But in order for us to host a regional meet, so not our state meet, but if we decided to get larger, and I think we need to think larger, we need 8 feet 2.5 inches. Odd number, but that's what it is per lane. And also another thing you need to consider, on the outsides of the lanes, there needs to be 1 foot 6 inches on the outside of lane 8 and lane 1 to accommodate a lane rope. So, and that's splashback. The other thing, the slide, and I appreciate what you said, Jeff, about the slide. One of the things we need to be very careful about in putting a slide in is right now one of the problems we have with the outdoor pool is we have an obstructed lane almost with that slide. It's kind of almost in the way. So be very careful about how that slide fits together, comes apart, whatever, because if that... Oh, great. Okay, I didn't know that. So perfect. That's a great place for it. But do know you'll need a lifeguard on that at all times, which is going to maybe drive up some maintenance costs too. But that is a wonderful place for it. One of the things I think we really need to think about is that if we do this in phases and we don't do the leisure pool, and I have to agree, you know how things are, pretty soon it gets pushed away, something happens. The other thing is that we need a warm-up, cool-down lane, because we will run 8 lanes, and we need a warm-up, cool-down lane for our swimmers. And again, that's a requirement of a regional meet. And I think we've seen it with volleyball, we've seen it with basketball, we're seeing it with all different sports, how as activities come and they go, the requirements for the facilities get more and more in depth. We lose our ability. And I think if we, like we say, we might want to go big and go home, because I think we'll be going home if we don't build it the right way. Thank you.
I'm Ed Potzler. I missed my opportunity on City Hall, so I'm going to backtrack just shortly. I was fortunate to be here for Stephanie's presentation from 6:30 to 7:20. And I think since Mel brought up the point, we're caught in a dilemma. We have too much money and we don't have enough. I think it might be a good time to have her meeting and discuss what the priorities in the city of Mitchell are. because I think some needs are coming up very quickly. One of the advantages of attending meetings here for the last 4 years is the question of firehouses for the north side of town and the south side of town. That would save the money, the citizens of Mitchell, money on their fire insurance and insurance in general. So I think that's an infrastructure issue. As far as the pool goes, the city now owns 2 pools. It looks like the plan is that it will own 4 pools. And to me, that's kind of a waste. I don't see it. I see all the discussion being centered around a discussion of competition. The mayor initially said this is a community pool. I see it going more and more and more toward competition. I think if you run the numbers, and that's one of the things I'd like to see is a spreadsheet on the costs that we're looking at. There isn't enough money coming in from competition to justify for the city of Mitchell this type of outlay for the pool. I was also a little discouraged that while the Mitchell Aquatic Club had a member at all these architectural meetings, the aquatic director for the city of Mitchell was not invited to listen to the presentation. So I think this community of Mitchell got a little shortchanged on a lot of this planning that went on. And it bothers me because I don't think, unless if we had matches, swim meets every week, that we could justify the cost of what this competition pool appears to be going to. Thank you very much.
Just a quick correction. Jamie Henkel, who is our aquatics, essentially our aquatics director, was at the initial meeting when we met with the architect, as was Kevin DeVries. So thought I'd just clear that up.
Anyone else wish to make any comments?
One thing I think we need to kind of do this step, Mayor, is first of all, try to identify what project we want, first of all, and then try to identify maybe the funding sources. Do we want to do additional funds, or do we want to utilize our current funds that we have in place, and not get caught up with location at this point, because that might just be difficult to try to throw everything all into one. So I don't know what everybody's feelings are at this point, but I think it's going to be difficult tonight to actually come to a conclusion on which pool we want. I think we present it for the first time to the public. I think we need to go back, kind of talk to some people in a couple of weeks, and come back and maybe, in my mind, make a decision which pool we want and get that out of the way. And then at that point in time, then we start honing into where logistically does it make the most sense.
Well, I think you're correct in that comment. However, I think the first order of business is to prioritize what it is that we wish to do.
Yeah, I think that needs
to be. We want to
put
have a city hall. That was the initial plan. As I said, at the time that those plans were being developed, the indoor pool was not part of that equation. It is now part of the equation. So as a result of that, we don't have sufficient funds to do 5 projects. We're going to have a stretch to do 4, whether it's a pool or whether it's City Hall. But I think that the first decision to be made is which of these projects are we going to choose to go forward with.
So,
and then from that point, then try to put together a funding package to fund whichever project is selected.
And why can't we tonight make a decision on the A, B, and C pool and make that decision so we know what the cost is on that?
We have one other option. We've got an election coming up in June. If this is as popular as people say, go to the people and ask them for the money. we're asking for the difference.
As an assessment of property tax, I mean?
Yeah.
I think I know the outcome of that.
Let me just ask a question. If, so we were talking about doing a lease purchase originally for the pool. If we use some of the money that we originally had set aside for the city hall, how would you be able to mix that financing and still finance?
The $13.9 million of bonding capacity was for capital projects, not necessarily for specific. We came to that by identifying 4 different projects. Not tied to those.
Okay, so I understand that. So we have $5.5 million that's left undedicated if we don't do that at this point. And how much were you anticipating that we would finance with the lease to purchase on the pool? Do you remember, what the breakout was of that? Was it going to be the full amount after the $1 million that we were?
$6 million. The proposal that we were looking at would have had a down payment of $1 million on a $6 million pool, reducing it to $5 million, and with a $5 million payment over a 20-year, the debt service on that was $500,000 a year, of which for the first 5 years, the commitment from the aquatic club was $200,000 a year for 5 years. We were looking at the possibility of enacting, upon approval of the motels, an additional $1 bid, which would generate somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe $180,000. The balance to come up with the payment would have come from city sales tax. So I guess.
So essentially, $10.5 million is essentially what we will have. So I guess the reason I asked that, and the reason I wanted to break down, because we have the numbers in front of us, but I know that the public does not, was that I don't know that we have to make a choice of one or the other, but we certainly can't do both now. So whether we, choose to do the swimming pool at this point, we do it so that it's to the quality that they would really like to see it, or the community can have what they'd like. And then we still have that extra money set aside, $2.5 million feasibly, that we save, and when we have some of these other things that are paid off, then we have more money to put toward that. And it's not like we have to abandon the city hall and the Corn Palace Museum and the things that we had anticipated, but we certainly are probably going to have to put those off for the time.
And the time would be a decade or more.
Would it? Yeah, I guess that's.
Because if you're talking about, the inflationary increase.
Okay.
And then, we put aside 100 or 200,000 a year, maybe, I don't know, maybe stretch to $500,000 even so. To do 2 projects, we'd be talking 10 years. And if that's what people want to do, I still think if this is as popular as it seems to be, if you go to the people and say, we're looking for X amount of dollars over X amount of years.
You must be referring to a general obligation bond.
Yep. But like I forget, the convention center, the location will be key at that point. And if you put it at one location, it will fail. Put it at the other location, it won't fail.
Can I just ask one question? When we talk, does it all have to be our money? Is there, like, could Coca-Cola give money or
Well, of course, and certainly there was a time. The question is, could there be other entities that contribute? And actually, there there was some discussion about the Corn Museum being sponsored by, having private funds come in instead of using just all city funds and.
And to be fair, $1 million of it is.
Sure.
But I'm saying other people can do that too. Have we investigated, like, somebody giving you money? You know what I'm saying?
There have certainly been discussions about that. If you know of anyone, feel free. Do you want to be in charge of that committee? Yeah. Yeah.
I guess I have a question of timing regarding a decision on which avenue that we choose to go down. We've had a few weeks of opportunity to get input from the public. We're trying to get as much information as we can regarding the cost of whether it be City Hall or an indoor pool. And I think that we've done a pretty good job of providing at least options to that end. How much longer do we want to debate this issue before we make a decision? Do we want to put it on the agenda for next council meeting to have a vote, if that's what needs to be done, to determine whether we want to go forward with a City Hall? I think the choices are going to be whether you go with City Hall or whether you go with an indoor pool at this point. I don't know that we would have the means to proceed on both. So, do we want to make a decision in 2 weeks? Do we want more time?
Yes, I agree.
I think we've had enough time.
Okay. Then that is what we will do. We'll put it on the agenda in some fashion to vote up or down on one or both of the projects.
And then at what point do we determine what site? Is that determined in 2 weeks?
Well, I would guess that's going to somewhat depend on the outcome of what that vote is. If in fact the pool is the option that's chosen, then I think that's the time you're going to have to also make a decision soon thereafter of location. Not necessarily in 2 weeks, but maybe the meeting after that.
Right.
Fair enough.
You might do it stages over each 2 weeks. The pool, the dollar amount, obviously the funding mechanism,
Can we agree tonight? Can we agree tonight on an option or not? So we have something to go on. These three options too, with the vote on the pool.
If that would be your
City Hall
desire, because then we'll have an amount that we're going to need to look at to raise to fund the project.
And the only reason we pointed that or brought that, not really even an option, just to point out the fact that when we first had discussions with Ryan, that's approximately the cost of it. When we added the other pool, then it got to the point, the cost of what we're looking at right now. So that was really the only reason we included that one, Dave. So I'm with you. I don't think that's even a consideration.
And I still have people questioning whether or not the rec center pool will continue to be open should we build a new pool. And is that answer still yes?
Yes. Or as long
as it'll hold water?
You don't have to put in significant money to keep it functional. I guess in reference to Ed, if he's still here, maybe a third option is do we not do any of the above?
No, that's always the option.
Mayor, I want to address one thing on funding on Cornfell's portion of it. One of the rating on the Cornfell City, we are at meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock. A meeting that took place, discussion on funding of possibly using phase 2 together. Some of the concern that there is voice, obviously, if we take like phase two money away, put it towards pool or city hall project, will there ever be money for phase two? Like Mel was saying, it'll probably never happen. Some comments about corn museum, obviously, doesn't bring money to town. I think for the few museums that are successful throughout the nation, they do bring money to town. So they keep staying in town longer. The longer they stay in town, the more they have to stay overnight, go to the restaurant, eat food, stuff like that. Currently, we all know when you come to the corn house, you're usually in an hour to an hour, not even less. The reason why we were taking a look at putting a museum involved was to get people to stay longer at the corn house, make them not have to ready to leave. Now we've been 34 hours, let's go ahead and eat now, let's go ahead and spend money. You're not going to get your car and leave right away. You get here too long, you got to stop, you got to spend money someplace else. So that was some of the anticipation of why we were looking at trying to get phase two of the museum. Is to get more money out of the consumer's pocket while they're here in the city of Edgewood. So please keep that in mind when we were taking a phase two. It wasn't the museum not make money, it was the museum to make money out of the consumer that was visiting the farm house. The one thing also we want to put in mind, I visited with Doug Daly, the chairman of the committee, also Jack Simmons, is the fact that phase one, the fact that it didn't get approved completely. We were on budget for the 4.2 or 4.3 roughly, but there's things that we took out of phase one to keep us within that number for the time being. So some of the attitudes, not everybody, once again, we'll find out tomorrow a little more accurate, is the fact that you want to take money from phase two, we haven't completed phase one yet on approval. Taking a look at maybe the rest of the stuff in phase one needs to get put back on the table, borrowing money from phase two to finish phase one completely the way it was supposed to be. And then if there's any remaining money left over, maybe talk about that at the city hall or a pool or something like that. But right now, we've put up mosaics on the bottom portions. I can't remember if there was some LED lighting that was removed at one time. I did miss some meetings, but that'll be more detailed tomorrow. So there's things that we have completed phase one that we may want to pull back to the council and say, we use money for that, finish up on that week or years ago. So please keep that in mind when we're taking a look at all this money that the courthouse meeting might have some further recommendations.
And to, I think, further make some of the decisions that are in front of you, as I pointed out earlier, we entered most of these discussions with the idea that we were going to build a new city hall, and to that end, we acquired property on West First Street, which I coined it that was our urban development, and I think that we significantly improved the looks of West First Street by removing the Garden of Eden and that apartment building, and we certainly didn't ask for what happened with the Longhorn and the VFW, but it's a fact of life now. And now when you go down First Street, it's pretty empty.
Mm-hmm.
And the thought that I had at that time was that, we would like to do something to enhance the appearance of our Main Street. And I thought that having built a new city hall on what is now vacant lots would certainly be a jump start to doing something to enhance Main Street, and I still believe that. Does all of this have to be done now? I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying that these things, like what Marty's pointed out, what I've just stated, doesn't make your decision any easier, because all of those factors need to be considered when you're making your decision on what it is that we're going to do.
Well,
anyway,
if there is
the agenda for the next meeting.
If there is a period of time in the interim before a city hall is built, that would make a beautiful green space. So maybe we could plant some grass and some flowers in the interim until such a time that we're ready to.
Okay, moving on. Consider approval of Bank West requesting an extension of time for the placement of their temporary building at 1920 North Sanborn Boulevard.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the extension. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolutions and adoption. Resolution 3220, accepting the fiscal year 2014-2015 operating agreement for Sanborn County Transit under Section 5311 of the
is our annual grant agreement, and we were fully funded.
How much does it cost to provide this service?
How much does it cost for Sanborn County? Zero.
I don't mean how much money does it take, I mean, how much money do we lose on providing the service?
We lose zero. They pay for it.
Because our ridership in Mitchell has been going down.
Could you say that again? Sorry.
Well, our ridership in Mitchell has been going down because of the federal regulation.
Correct, except for these last few months, we've hit a upward trend. We've implemented some new ideas thanks to Council Advice, and hopefully are on the upward spiral on it.
Move to approve, resolution 3220. We have motion second to approve resolution 3220. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And this is a little bit different format. This is not an ordinance, but it is as a resolution. Do we need to adopt also? That's what it says. I thought we moved to adopt. We moved to approve the resolution. Is that done in the same one fell swoop? Okay. Moving on, resolution 3221, accepting the fiscal year 2014-15 operating agreement for Palace Transit under section 5311 of the Surface Transportation Assistance Act.
This is Palace Transit's agreement. Again, we were also fully funded. Palace Transit's.
Yeah. So if we say no to this, we don't exist.
Exactly.
Move to approve resolution 3221.
Motion second to approve resolution 3221. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 3222, transferring residual equity to special assessment revolving fund.
So how come they weren't used on the projects they were assessed for? I guess I'm not following that. Oh, oh, got it, okay, okay. Got it.
We set an interest rate.
Okay.
Move to approve resolution.
Motion second to approve resolution 3222. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 3223, proposed resolution declaring the necessity for the construction of base course, concrete curb, and gutter, bituminous paving, accessories, engineering fees, miscellaneous expenses on 21st Avenue from Pheasant Street, approximately 270 feet east.
This is out by Omen and Pheasant Street. This is 21st Street that will lead to the east on the way to Innovative, and we have a petition from CJM Consulting to do a resolution of necessity. He's getting started on putting utilities in. So this is a public hearing and resolution for this stretch.
So it's
all
from-
the costs are going to be paid as part of Chuck's TIF funds, but being the city is going to be doing some of the work, and we're going to be using some of our bid pricing. These will all come out of Chuck's TIF money, and it's only one property owner because he owns property on both sides.
This is not going to be a this year project, is it?
This, we're gonna first work on Pheasant Street, and it's pretty well being close of being done, ready for us to move in there. So as soon as we work on Pheasant Street, we're going to see how the fall goes.
Okay.
And as soon as they're done on utilities on 21st, then we'll probably move in there. And we'll get our part ready, and then it's all up to see if our curb and gutter contractor could get in there. So
That will give another out.
no, because we're not going to go all the way over to Ullman. On the Pheasant Street, we're going another 800 some feet to the south before we make the curve. The issue was building the pond and not building a road that would connect to Ullman in order for us to build the pond first. So Pheasant Street, which we're not talking about Pheasant will be the next one, but Pheasant Street will go down to where the curve starts, and then phase 2, where we connect to Ullman, would be at a later date when we dig the pond.
But isn't this 21st you're talking about?
This is 21st, so this is going out to the east.
But didn't you say it's going to be connecting to Commerce Street?
This, no, this will go 270 feet, which will head towards Commerce Street, but there's quite a ways that will head that way. Chuck, do you know about how far it is to Commerce from Pheasant?
It's a little over 1,000 feet, and this would be the first 12 units.
This would be the first stretch of it.
Oh.
On 21st.
So it'd be almost like a partial stub street.
And this whole thing is paid by itself?
Yeah.
When we do the work, we go for cost, or we make anything on this?
We, I estimate right around that 16 bucks a ton, which is the cost of gravel and the cost for us for fuel, labor, things like that. And that's what we send Chuck a bill for the TIF. Comes out of his TIF money. For curb and gutter, we send a bill. We pay the contractor, and then we send those bills to Chuck that comes out of his TIF money. Same for asphalt.
So is that our true cost with all the labor, the wages,
Yeah.
benefits, everything
Yeah.
that's in there?
We add some engineering expenses, so whatever time we spend on it, we include that in, and all that comes out of the TIF money.
Move to approve resolution 3223.
Second.
Motion second to approve resolution 3223. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Resolution 3224, proposed resolution declaring the necessity for the construction of base course concrete curb and gutter, bituminous paving, accessories, engineering fees, miscellaneous expenses on 1900 to 2200 blocks Pheasant Street to extend Pheasant Street approximately 735 linear feet to the south.
So this one is south of the existing end of Pheasant Street that's there now, and it'll connect. It'll go past where that 21st Street that we just talked about. The city owns half because we have the drainage parcel that is on the west side. CJM Consulting owns the east side, so this would be through the special assessment process. And in your packet will be the second reading of the city's portion of this. So this is a resolution necessity to extend that down, that extra 735 feet. We're going to try to get in as much of it we can yet this year. Utilities are pretty much complete.
Move to approve resolution 3224.
Motion second to approve resolution 3224. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Hearing. A public hearing on land lease for 3 years for the following project. First, the airport farm ground city project 2015-5. And second, the airport pasture ground city project 2015-6.
Mayor, if I might explain, apparent miscommunication, that item I intended to have deleted in lieu of the next two. There is no, we let public bids for farming the 833 or so acres of land at the airport. and the 20 acres of pasture. But there is no statutory protocol regarding, or requirement, or protocol for letting bids, although the reason for letting bids, the benefits to the public would seem self-evident. But there is a statutory mandate that whenever any city property real property is subject to lease that involves more than $500 in more than 120 days, that the city give notice of hearing and then have a hearing. And the statute does not even say that you say what your intentions are at that hearing, but that you intend to lease city property, and after the hearing, then the city is permitted to lease on, city council permitted to enter a lease on such terms as it determines. I can't imagine that you would do anything other than enter a lease based on the high bid. Anything else would undermine the legitimacy of our entire protocol. But so to follow the legal protocol, the hearing, that should have been deleted. We've opened the bids, so we declare what they are, and that's be our intention, but we have to publish a notice, which I'll hand carry to the newspaper tomorrow morning, so we get 10 days, the mandatory 10 days notice prior to the next meeting. Have our hearing, then enter the lease. And that's right. That's kind of a long-winded explanation, but I don't know. Disregard that item and move on to the next two.
Moving on, declare high bids, the Airport Farm Ground Project 2015-5, page 95.
All right, page 95. We had a bid opening on the September 29th. We had 6 bidders. Total acreage is 882.75, and this is for the airport farmland. We would recommend awarding to DJ Farms, Don and Chad Blindauer, for $168,700 for 3 years. Comes into $191.11 per acre for a total of $506,100 for a total of 3 years.
And we can't really award that because that would be implying that we've committed to a lease, and we can only do that next meeting. But we can declare to the public what those bids were, and that's.
So we don't need to accept the bid, or?
We can't do that. Just say what they are.
Okay.
And we'll have a hearing. We'll publish notice, comply with the statute. Next meeting, we'll presumably the city council will adopt a resolution to enter that lease on that basis.
So is there any questions? I got Mike Schurslick, our airport manager here, in case there's any questions about this.
I might say that we added I don't want to call it an option, at the request of the airport board. This is getting to be a significant money item for the city and the airport with the rental value of farmland. But anyway, there are some, whatever the South Dakota DOT Aviation Division is, makes some specification requirements regarding alfalfa around the runways. And I don't know if it's alfalfa grass or whatever, but alfalfa is acceptable, but it can't be row crop, for instance. And in alfalfa, it takes a year to plant, and maybe you'll get a crop the second year and the third year. And if you only got a 3-year lease, you've spent the money to install the crop, and then somebody else may get the benefit of it. So we added an option of negotiating up to an additional 3 years on a negotiated basis after this 3-year term. But that then would be subject to that same procedure that we publish a notice of intent to enter a lease, and then if we successfully negotiate, in other words, both parties agree. Both parties agree, you don't have a successful negotiation. And if both parties agree and see it to their advantage to continue on 3 years, then we can enter that extension. And that's never been before in the lease. But I think the justification and rationale is obvious when the farmer, the lessee, is required to plant alfalfa.
And he wants for more than 3 years
wants the opportunity.
That's exactly right. That's right. Enhance. That's exactly right. That's why we're extending the option to 6, to enhance the lease value of the land to the tenant bidder.
Is this a good bid, Danny? Yeah.
Very good. And the farmer here, good producers.
Yeah.
He's rented before from us.
Very good.
And you do need somebody special at the airport. You can't do this and you have to do that.
Because of its unique nature as an airport, there's a lot of limitations and requirements.
What action are we to take on this?
He's announced them, so that satisfied that. The next is adopt resolution 3225.
I will move to continue both the airport farm ground project 115-5 and the pasture ground project 115-6.
Yeah, which is on.
Second.
That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead.
Because that'll give you 10 days, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion second to continue the project 2015-5 and 2015-6. Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Resolution adoption, resolution 3225, a resolution of intent to lease city-owned agricultural land and notice of hearing.
I think you should continue that one and then also.
No, we need to adopt that one, and that is our resolution of intent to enter these leases, and with public notice, which we will publish in the newspaper and have a hearing pursuant to that notice at the next meeting, and presumably then effectively award those leases or authorize the lease.
Motion second to adopt resolution 3225. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Second reading adoption, ordinance 2497, supplemental appropriations.
Second.
Motion second to place ordinance 2497 on second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Motion second to adopt ordinance 2497. Roll call vote, please.
Aye. 87.
Aye.
Aye.
The ordinance is adopted. First reading of ordinance 2487, an ordinance revising chapter 9 of title 3 of the Mitchell City Code of Ordinances by renaming the board to Corn Palace Entertainment Board and providing for makeup of board and establishing staggered 3-year terms for appointed board members.
Yes, I did this pursuant to the request of the mayor and communicated, I believe, from the what's commonly called the Corn Palace Committee through Jerry Mickelson to put a little structure around what was formerly had very little, and the staggered terms, and rename it to the entertainment. That's what they deal with, and the ordinance, I believe, is self-explanatory. Not very complicated in pursuant to their request. I think it's fine. I move forward with it.
Move to place ordinance 2487 on first reading.
Motion second to place ordinance 2487 on first reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. First reading of ordinance 2494, 9D-IEEE-illicit discharge ordinance, ordinance number 2495, 9C storm water drainage detention, and ordinance 2496, 9D-soil erosion and sediment control. Which was tabled until further notice.
Yeah, and I think the superintendent of the wastewater wants to continue that tabled, and I thought it was tabled until somebody brought it back on, but I guess that there was an assumption that it would, an apparent assumption that it would be on this agenda and is on the agenda. So I would simply move to table it, and they'll bring it up when they want it. Until further notice, until they're ready. No need for it to be on every meeting.
Motion second to table, no further notice, all in favor, say
Aye.
aye. Opposed, motion carried. First reading of ordinance 2498, an ordinance of the city of Mitchell, South Dakota, rezoning the real property legally described as lots 3, 4, and 5, block 2, 1770 West 8th Avenue, lots 6 through 11, block 2, 1620 West 7th Avenue, lots 1 through 6, block 3, 1821 West 8th Avenue, lots 1, 2, and 3, and 10, block 4, 701 North Blair Street, all in Homewood Park, original edition, Davis County rezone, to be rezoned from transportation warehouse to commercial district to R4, high density residential district, and the official zoning map to be changed to reflect the same.
Okay, first of all, direct your attention to the Planning Commission minutes, the unapproved Planning Commission minutes, and in your package, you would see that the Planning Commission held a hearing on this request at their last regular meeting and have recommended approval of this. What this is all, now if I could also direct your attention to your Planning Commission packet, there's a map that's on page 4 of your packet showing where this property is located at. How the kind of the genesis of this request, as you probably, if you've looked at the last three Planning Commission minutes, this came before them some time ago. On page 4 of the Planning Commission package, you would see that there's 3 dots there indicating there with that. What we have is we have a person who is requesting on block 2, which is the first one that borders 8th Avenue and Lytle Street. We have a potential buyer for lots 3, 4, and 5. And that prospective buyer is here, so if you get more detailed questions, he's available. Anyway, and he did not find the current zoning attractive for what his purposes are. It's currently zoned TWC, or Transportation Warehousing Commercial, as is lots 7, 6, 8, 9, and 10, and I believe 11 of that 12 of block 2 as well as the north half of block 3 and 3 lots where the third dot is on block 4. Well, what the long story short is what the Planning Commission kind of was receptive to this. However, they were concerned that it may appear to be what we call in the planning world spot zoning, where you would just have a small parcel within a linkage of lots of other of the contrary type of zoning. So what the Planning Commission did is they recommended the applicant contact those property owners that are listed in there and contact them and see if they would be receptive to rezoning it to a residential to make it much more consistent. So that's the reason why you have this is before you. You have a little bit more of a comprehensive look. There's multiple owners, and my understanding is that the owners objected. Actually, one of them went out of their way to, 2 of them came to our meeting and kind of reaffirmed that they are receptive to rezoning these properties from its current designation as TWC to R4, excuse me. So again, to try to make it somewhat consistent along 8th Avenue, making them all of a residential type zoning. So did I paraphrase it? Okay.
What was the vote of the Planning Commission?
They were unanimous on this.
Already residential houses on those, several of those lots.
Again, this is first reading for you, so.
Move to approve ordinance number 2498, first reading.
Aye.
Aye.
real property, side, west one half of the northwest quarter, section 3, township 103, north, range 60 west, Davis County. South Dakota to be rezoned from PWC to urban development district, and the official zoning map to be changed to reflect the same.
Okay, again, if I would take your attention, or put your attention to the unapproved planning commission minutes, you would see the planning commission did hold a hearing on this request as well, and have unanimously recommended approval. And then now I would direct your attention to your planning commission packet on page 6. There's a map indicating where this property is located. Where you see in the northwest quarter of section 3, where we've indicated where the TWC and urban development those symbols are. Basically, what the property owner wishes to place, and which you'll have a moving permit next council meeting, wishes to move a house that may or may not basically straddle that property, where there's between the commercial and the urban development, which is a residential district. So, and in conversation with the applicant, came to the conclusion to just as soon have the whole 80 be all of urban development. And this may accommodate the residential property as well as the wishes of the owner as well. So basically it would take where it says TWC now would become urban development, making it the whole quarter urban development rather than this just the west 80 acres that butts up against the highway. Is Dr. Haley is here. Did I paraphrase that appropriately? Okay. He's here if you've got any additional questions of that.
Motion second to place ordinance 2499 on first reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. First reading of ordinance 2500, the supplemental appropriations.
There are a number of supplements listed in this ordinance. I'm not going to review each of them, but we'll entertain questions, and there are explanations provided for most of the items in the packet.
Second.
Motion second to place ordinance 2500 on first reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. First reading of ordinance 2501, an ordinance amending ordinance number 2482 by adding specifications to the application of section 9-1-7 as enacted by ordinance number 2482.
Yes, I'd address that, Mayor, if I may. Thank you so much. As you recall, a couple of meetings ago, we adopted the new fire code and that was ordinance number 2482, and incorporated in there some regulation, particularly section 9-1-7 involving requirement of separate escape routes in certain structures. And as things evolved, in certain respects, the provision we previously had appeared to be inadequate and overbroad. So we've narrowed the application and made it more specific. Basically, to make a short story long is what I'm doing here, is conversion apartments, conversion where single-family dwellings or other structures are converted to apartments. They've not been built in conformance with a building code that requires the exit, the escapes. So we're requiring that in this particular section. And there's a sentence in there regarding a question that came up. Well, in efficiency apartments, the bedroom and the living room and the kitchen are all one room. So do I have to have 3 smoke detectors? And obviously, no.
So it says that each, I'm trying to think, any space that is not at ground level, see if I can do this, say this right, that it needs to have 2 escapes in a room that someone's sleeping in, is that correct?
Exactly.
So does that mean the door going into the hallway and the window going out would be adequate?
That's correct.
Basically what we're looking at, and Carl's doing a great job of explaining this. When we first wrote it, it was very broad, and what happened is that we started getting the South Edgerton apartments, the new ones we just built, music apartments, and a lot of other ones. It just didn't conform to this. It wasn't what we were looking for. So we're narrowing it down, and like I said, Carl did a great job of this, and I appreciate your time again tonight. So what we're looking at is making sure that there's a escape size window in every bedroom and another way out of another floor. So if there's a front stairwell, that would be one way. Rescue ladder out of a bedroom or something along that line is where we're going with this.
And do they have to have a rescue ladder? I'm sorry.
It can be whatever. It's
Okay.
it's between the code and myself on what that would happen, what that would be.
We would
but-
think that would.
Yep, that would be great.
Because
Yeah.
I have that.
Certainly an improvement over what we have. It has nothing.
Yep.
And they were asking, do you need a ladder for each window?
No, just a secondary access off that. To go off of that, Mr. Allen, I've had probably 15 phone calls in reference to this. About 2 weeks ago, I mailed out 60 letters to landlords within the area and told them that this would be enacted around October 9th, just to let them know and to be ready for this to be coming. Of those 15 phone calls, 2 of them were a little edgy, I will say, which is fine. I understand that this is a change for them and they may have to do quite a bit of construction. But I would say of those 15, 13 of them were very good. Backing this, they were very happy with it. Glad we were finally moving forward with something like this and trying to make everything better and safer for those people that are living in places like this.
They have to conform.
They have to conform.
They have to
This is,
conform.
there's no grandfathering clause with this. And so basically whoever has these out there right now has to conform to whatever we're putting out here on October 9th. So
This is an exception to the general grandfathering that we otherwise would apply.
correct. Usually most things are grandfathered in. Carl did a great job of writing this and it allows us to not grandfather those in and make sure some of those older buildings and things like that are up to code and up to date.
My question.
Yep, and that's where I'm stuck right now, to tell you the truth. In the past, we haven't tracked these very well, so it's going to take me some legwork to figure out where these all are within the city limits, and somewhere on or around October 9th, I will start going around and checking on enforcement of these. And there's probably 500 or 600 of them, so.
So we're talking about homes that have been converted to apartments, not necessarily apartments that have been built as apartments.
It's for the ones that are converted is what we're.
Primarily, that would be the
Primarily. Now, there are some older apartments where the landowner has contacted me because they're worried about this. They've been worried about it for quite a long time. And I said, you may not have to conform to this, but they said, we want to. And so it's kind of a gray area exactly on which ones, or what we're going to enforce on, but for the most part, it's all the newer apartments that are sprinkled, have 2 ways out and all those things that won't fall underneath this. It's all the older houses that have been converted into apartments and some of the really older apartment buildings within the city limits. So, yeah. Can I share a really quick story with you? Some of the complaints I've gotten is how is I have an elderly person on the 2nd level, okay? And how are they going to use a ladder? How are they going to get out of there? How are they going to get out of this area? And so I kind of worried about that a little bit. I said, how is that, are we going to build stairs and things like that? So I went and visited an address on West 3rd. And I was standing outside kind of looking at this apartment. It's a 4-plex. And this nice older lady comes out, and she saw I was staring at the building, and she said, well, what are you up to? And I said, oh, my name's Marius Larson. I'm the fire marshal. And she said, oh, well, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm looking at fire escapes, and we're looking at some different ideas here. And I said, can I come in and look at your apartment? And she said, sure. I live up on the 2nd floor. So I came inside, I looked around, and her husband was there, and he's obviously wondering what I was doing too. I told him, and I said, so you only have one way out of here, right? And they said, yeah. And I said, does that worry you? And they said, of course it does. I only have one way out this front door. I said, so if there's a fire there, you have no way out, right? And she said, no, We went out and we bought a rescue ladder. Because you know why? Because if it's me dying in that fire or getting out that rescue ladder, I'm going to climb my butt out of there, she said. And she's close to 77. So right there, that made me realize that we're doing the right thing here and that this ordinance is going to work. So, yeah. Well, it looks like a knee-jerk reaction, Mr. Tornes. I understand that. But you have to understand that this process has taken me 2 years to get here. 2 years ago, I started working on adopting the 2012 fire code. And it took me that long to get in front of the council and get through everything. So it looks like a knee-jerk reaction, but it's not. It just happens to be a big coincidence, and there's a lot of things that are going on right now that it will help, and so it's a win-win for us.
Prior to the tragic fire with the fatality, the city had adopted ordinance 2482, and it was not effective, nor was there any means for it to have been in effect because of the requirement of 2 publications on the date that fire occurred. So it was not in effect and could not have been in effect. But the city's action, the timing is coincidental, and nothing that would have, nothing in at that point in our ordinance could have caused a change to create that. That did pinpoint the one way out issue pretty clearly for us, however. Right. We think that's important.
It's taking care of an area, a gray area these buildings have fallen into for quite a few years now. So,
you know, when I went to law school, there was a law student friend of mine who lived in the basement of a house, and he crawled under the ductwork to get to his living area. Things are pretty risky business if something went wrong.
Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Consider approval, amend ordinance 2492, amend the 2015 annual appropriation ordinance.
Actually, the amendment to the 2015 budget ordinance is on page 119. The final numbers for utilities were received after second reading and adoption of the appropriation ordinance. This amendment increases the request for property tax dollars by about $24,000. If you look on the next page regarding the charge for the levy, the valuation, the city reporting 2015 went up from $711,563 million to $768,062. It's about an 8% increase. Levy actually goes down. On 2014's levy was $6.32 per thousand. It was down in 2015 to $6.05.
That's mainly to do with the assessed value going up so large.
Value went up and the CPI was lower.
Motion?
Motion to approve, amend 2492.
Second.
Motion and second to consider approval of the amending ordinance 2492. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
And you know, I just want to point out, Steve Rice did send out this email, and I think that he makes a good point that in spite of the reduced levy, we're still requesting more money. And his point was, is there any way that we can become efficient enough that we can actually have our request go down? And so we look to you. Stephanie, to help us do that, and to all of us, of course, yes. But no, that would be nice if that was something that we could at least have as a goal.
And I will say from my experience in the legislature that we should not do that. A better way to do that is to not raise rates. I don't know property tax, but sewer rates or whatever. Once you give it up on the base, there are other ways to do that.
That's a good point.
And it's encouraging to see that it went down from 632 to 605.
Yeah.
And there's still construction that's going on in Mitchell, so if that's the case, well, it'd be nice to get that under $5. I mean, you see, we have not been anywhere close to that. So as Mitchell continues to grow, tax levy should continue to start going down if we keep our budget in line.
As the base expands.
Right.
Consider approval of personnel structure revision.
The details of the proposal are on page 122 and 123. Visited with Stephanie on this quite a bit, and I would entertain any questions. Because Rob didn't pass away until the latter part of August.
Taking advantage of unforeseen circumstance.
Second.
Motion second to approve the personnel structure revision. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Consider approval of moving the permit for Val Cracklow to move a house located at 1114 North Main Street to 616 West 10th Avenue, legally described as Lot 9, Block 38, Capital Edition, City of Mitchell.
I believe you have a drawing and you also have a map in your council packets. We send out letters to the neighboring property owners in advance of this meeting, and I can report that nobody has responded back or called or anything of that nature. So Mr. Creeloo is here. Basically, it's the house that's over by Nebsted's, and he's going to move that to this
Floral?
address.
By Nepsted's. Laura?
Yeah, Floral, yep.
First house south.
Well, he'll have it, whatever his house mover will have to be, coordinate that with, like, usually get a police escort and those types of things. That's usually part. Mr. Creeloo, yeah, he's here if you've got, you're contracting with a professional mover?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got Robinson's.
Oh.
Motion second to approve moving permit. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.